Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for your patronage. It is Emmanuel I. Smith, your host, and we have a topic of quite a bit of importance to talk about today. Today's date is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. The time is 6:46 p.m. and I am in Miami-Dade County, Florida. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I tend to do these lectures outdoors, so I may have to raise or project my voice ever so often to keep the background noise down. Please adjust your volumes accordingly, and thank you for listening. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of today's lecture is the Senator Frank Church Senatorial Select Committee hearings, the CIA and FBI's hidden activity examined. And I've decided to talk about a number of senatorial and congressional hearings concerning past programs that were run here in the United States, particularly programs that once discovered by citizens and elected officials alike were deemed to be inappropriate, unconstitutional even, oftentimes intrusive and disrespectful to the constitutional, civil, and inalienable rights of the United States citizens who were indeed the subjects of these projects, of these experiments. And we're going to look at the church committee hearings. First, I've picked 3 crucial and critical hearings that were conducted at the federal level concerning programs that were run by the intelligence community of this country that jeopardized the sovereignty of the U.S. citizens that were affected by it. So today we're going to look at the church committee hearings. Future lectures will examine hearings called by Congressman Otis Pike. The Otis Pike congressional hearings ran parallel to the Senator Frank Church hearings. So they ran at about the same time and sort of parallel to each other about similar matters. And then we'll look at in the future as well the President Gerald Ford and Vice President Nelson Rockefeller Commission hearings, because they explored similar themes of national security interests colliding with the rights and the sovereignty of U.S. citizens. And in the future, even still, I may review hearings that have been had in East Germany concerning the Zersetzung program, which on its face is very similar to gang stalking. And when the Zersetzung program ended in 1990, there were a number of federal hearings in Germany about the operations and legality of that program. So we have much to cover in the way of federal hearings concerning various programs that have existed in the United States and in Europe, all of which serve as blueprints for clandestine gang stalking. So we have a number of documents to review here. We have some AI documents that I pulled online that give summaries on these hearings based on aggregated data from multiple websites. We're going to look at miscellaneous articles that were written about it by the American news media. We're going to look at some opening dialogues from the actual hearings itself. We're going to look a little bit into Project Shamrock, which was discussed during these hearings. We're going to look at some Senate.gov materials, which give precise summaries of the hearings and its consequences. And we're going to look at AI-generated materials on watch lists that were kept by the national security and intelligence apparatus here in the United States. So we're going to look into all of these things, ladies and gentlemen. And before we get into the first part of this, I'm going to talk briefly about clandestine gang stalking and what its root auspices are. Ladies and gentlemen, gang stalking is it's obviously a national security, intelligence, and armed forces apparatus that's meant to essentially have the power and the maneuverability that's needed for a state-run, citizenry-resourced, taxpayer-funded social engineering experiment to run properly. Okay, gang stalking's root mechanism is progress operating parallel to expendability. Okay, the targeted individuals are the test subjects. The targeted individuals are the disposable variables in clandestine gang stalking. Targeted individuals are the extrajudicially placed lab rats that have come under the experimentation protocols that some of the national intelligence and national security agencies that we're going to talk about today have descended upon with their community mobbing behavior experimentation. So the philosophy to gang stalking is this: that this program, similarly to the Zsetsung, similarly to COINTELPRO, similarly to Operation Chaos, and similarly to MKUltra, all of which are documented government programs that existed in the past. Gang stalking, similarly to those programs, is capable and programmed to sacrifice the well-being of its subjects in the interest of data gathering, God-making, and social progression. The data gathered is the data that is generated when targeted persons and their stalkers become aware of each other. What is the conflict that's created there? What are the mechanisms that present themselves when that conflict manifests? What are the methods and mechanisms that the stalkers use to maintain authority over the target? And what are the methods and objectives that the target creates to beat the menace or escape the menace. The data gathered from that interaction is valuable to the state. Ladies and gentlemen, and the life of the targeted individual is disposable in relation to the value that that data generates. Okay, the God maker aspect is the orchestrators of gang stalking. They get to temporarily play God while this program is running. The orchestrators of gang stalking, all right, the national security apparatus, the national intelligence apparatus, and the U.S. Armed Forces apparatus, the only three agencies in the country that have the power, the strategic ability, and the resources to implement such a program. Okay, they get to play God. The covert actors in those agencies that put gang stalking together and run it, they get to play God. They get to manipulate the lives of countless Americans through this. Because it's not just the targets whose lives is manipulated, it's also the stalkers. Their lives are manipulated too when they decide to join into this. And there's a underlying stench of irresponsibility, cowardice, and negligence, constitutional negligence that form as this program runs. And the way I see it, it's time to stop the program because it's already been exposed. There's people talking about it all over the internet. I myself have uploaded terabytes of information across the spectrum of websites and social media pages that I manage that expose this program hand and foot with surgical precision. And this program threatens to embarrass the United States and harm its image at home and abroad if it's allowed to continue. And it also will diminish the moral authority that America has always asserted over other countries that it has called abusers of human rights. The entire scope of human behavior experimentation systems that have manifested in the United States, particularly since the 1940s, have come full circle in 2026 with the arrival, the execution, and the exposure of clandestine gang stalking, ladies and gentlemen. And don't let anybody tell you that the people coming forward about it are mentally defective, because they're not. A person who is able to observe, document, and communicate such a complex social ill in digital mediums like the internet is far from schizophrenic. Do not look at targeted individuals through that flawed lens, ladies and gentlemen. So today we're going to look at the Senator Frank Church investigations into various programs that were run in this country, programs that in many respects mirror gang stalking, but programs that are obviously and actually the progenitors or the forerunners to clandestine gang stalking. It's good to analyze in this particular political conversation that we're having. It's good and proper to analyze the forerunners to gang stalking, in addition to analyzing gang stalking itself, because if you understand the original, then the version 2.0 that comes along is less mysterious. Okay, gang stalking is MK Ultra 2.0, it's COINTELPRO 2.0, it's Operation Chaos 2.0, it's the Zersetzung 2.0, all combined into one omnipresent program. You must understand the original in order to understand the later versions, ladies and gentlemen. So that's what we're going to do today. The first document we're going to read is AI modules that contain aggregations of data that is compiled from a number of sources, all of which are reputable and all of which show credibility in their relative statements about these matters. So we're going to begin, ladies and gentlemen. The Church Committee was a sweeping 1975 bipartisan Senate investigation into illegal abuses by U.S. intelligence agencies. Led by Senator Frank Church, the Democrat from Idaho, the 16-month inquiry exposed CIA assassination plots against foreign leaders, particularly Fidel Castro. He's the most notable foreign leader that the CIA tried to assassinate. FBI surveillance of Martin Luther King Jr., the civil rights activist, and CIA Army human experimentation through MK Ultra. The key hearings and revelations saw the committee hold 40 subcommittee hearings and interviewing 800 witnesses, producing public sessions that shocked the American public. The CIA family jewels were hearings exposures of secret covert actions, including attempts to assassinate foreign leaders like Fidel Castro of Cuba and Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic. The NSA and CIA's domestic spying officials testified about programs illegally intercepting the communications and monitoring the political activities of thousands of American citizens. You got the FBI's COINTELPRO, which are hearings that detailed the FBI's controversial program designed to disrupt and discredit American civil rights and political organizations. You got human experimentation, which is revelations showing that the CIA and the Army conducted mind control and drug experiments through MK Ultra on unwitting U.S. citizens. The lasting impact is that the committee's extensive 14 published reports reshaped the intelligence landscape and instituted permanent congressional oversight. It led to the creation of the Permanent Senate Select Committee on Intelligence in 1976 to ensure future activities complied with the Constitution, particularly the U.S. Constitution. The findings directly spurred the passage of the Foreign Intelligence Act, which is also known as FISA, in 1978, which established strict legal procedures in courts for domestic electronic surveillance. To explore the primary source documents, reports, and historic footage of the proceedings, visit the C-SPAN Frank Church Collection or the National Archives online. So I will continue. The Frank Church Committee hearings, officially conducted by the Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, were a landmark series of public and private congressional investigations in 1975 and 1976. Led by Senator Frank Church, the bipartisan committee exposed decades of systemic, illegal, and unconstitutional abuses by U.S. intelligence agencies, including the CIA, the FBI, the National Security Agency, and military intelligence agencies. The hearings forever changed the relationship between the U.S. government and its secret agencies, establishing the modern framework for congressional intelligence oversight. The committee was established on the 27th of January, 1975, following explosive investigative reporting by Seymour Hersh in the New York Times. Hirsch revealed that the CIA had actively spied on American citizens and engaged in illegal domestic surveillance during the anti-Vietnam War movement. Additional revelations regarding Watergate and U.S. Army's domestic spying prompted the Senate to grant the 11-member committee unprecedented power to investigate the nation's classified apparatus. Major reveals and scandals exposed. The 16-month investigation included 126 committee hearings, 40 subcommittee hearings, and interviews with over 800 witnesses. It brought shocking, highly classified operations to light, foreign assassination plots, including prominent targets, including Fidel Castro, and using bizarre methods like exploding seashells and toxic cigars. Patrice Lumumba of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic, and General Rene Schneider of Chile. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, you'll notice there extremely bizarre assassination methods used against some of these foreign leaders. You have COINTELPRO, a counterintelligence program designed to disrupt, misdirect, and discredit domestic political groups. Targets included civil rights leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., anti-war activists, and various lawful political organizations. You had Project MKUltra, a covert mind control research program where unwitting American and Canadian citizens were drugged with LSD and subjected to chemical and psychological experimentation. You got Project MK Naomi, a secret program that stockpiled dangerous biological agents and toxins capable of killing tens of thousands without congressional or presidential authorization. You have mass domestic surveillance, operations like Project Shamrock and Project Minaret, which intercepted, read, and categorized millions of telegrams and phone calls sent by American citizens. So before we move on to key testimony and moments, COINTELPRO was run by the FBI. Project MKUltra was run by the CIA and the U.S. Army, and to a lesser degree the U.S. Navy. Project MK Naomi was the CIA and the U.S. Army. Mass domestic surveillance was the National Security Agency and the CIA. So you had a combination of FBI, CIA, U.S. Army, and NSA influences in these domestic disruption, spying, and intervention programs. Key testimonies and moments: William Colby's cooperation. CIA Director William Colby testified across multiple days, providing detailed disclosures about the agency's history, often referred to as the CIA's family jewels. This compliance deeply infuriated members of the Ford administration, including Henry Kissinger, who viewed the public hearings as a national humiliation. There was the dart gun. In one of the most famous visual moments of any congressional hearing, Senator Frank Church displayed a CIA-developed silent poison dart gun designed to cause untraceable heart attacks in its victims. You have the abyss warning. In a famous warning on NBC's Meet the Press, Senator Church warned that the NSA's technological capabilities could be turned inward on American citizens, threatening to cross over into total tyranny if left without legal supervision. The lasting legal and institutional reforms. The Church Committee's final reports span 6 volumes and thousands of pages, resulting in a sweeping structural curb to executive overreach. There was a ban on political assassinations. Prompted by the interim findings, President Gerald Ford issued Executive Order 11905, in 1976, explicitly banning U.S. government personnel from engaging in political assassinations. Creation of permanent oversight committees. The hearings led directly to the creation of the Permanent Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and its House counterpart to provide ongoing legislative check and balances over secret operations. Also, one of the outcomes was the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978. Congress passed FISA to restrict domestic wiretapping, establishing the secret FISA court. This legally required intelligence agencies to obtain warrants before conducting surveillance on American citizens within U.S. borders. Archival video footage, transcripts, and specialized research material from these pivotal events remain accessible via the C-SPAN Intelligence Activities Hearings Archive and the U.S. Senate Historical Office. So these were very consequential hearings. They led to a presidential ban on political assassinations. These hearings led to the creation of permanent oversight committees that oversee national security inventions. You had the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act that was created after these hearings to restrict domestic wiretapping in particular, and establishing what's called a FISA court, which is actually a secret court that authorizes various acts of domestic spying. So it's hard to know, ladies and gentlemen, whether or not gang stalking is something that was approved in one of these FISA courts. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to know. But one thing I do know is this. The U.S. federal establishment not speaking out about this matter, or rather not making this matter a mainstream political issue as of yet, is politically expedient on their part, but I think it's socially unwise, because when this program is finally absorbed into the mainstream conversations that involve politics and the U.S. federal government, people everywhere are going to wonder what took so long to talk about this. Okay, this is a program, a mechanism, a procedure that has very likely gone on in various capacities since the 1970s, ladies and gentlemen. And it was recently refined and perfected in the 2000s, and now it's being run on an unnamed number of American citizens for experimentation purposes. I mean, it boggles the mind, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like the people who are running this program see the program's success as more important than America's image around the world. Okay, that's not patriotism. That's high treason. You know this program is unconstitutional, but you still run it because you don't think anybody's going to find out about it. Okay, you risk high treason, you risk crimes against humanity, and you risk the nullification of the U.S. Constitution and its precepts. Also, you can run experiments, social experiments, on U.S. citizens who were not forewarned that this was going to happen. That is a shameful prospect, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what? The same national embarrassment that Henry Kissinger said that the church committee hearings brought on the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the U.S. Army, future senatorial and congressional hearings on gang stalking are going to cause equal embarrassment to those same platforms, ladies and gentlemen. And we're here to talk about this thing in the interest of constitutionalism, the rule of law, good governance, and inalienable rights, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to move over into the summaries from Senate.gov. The Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities. It's also called the Church Committee. The resolution passed on January 27th, 1975. The final report was issued April 29th, 1976. The chairman of these committees was Senator Frank Church. The vice chairman of these committees was Senator John Tower. The committee members included Senator Howard Baker, Republican from Tennessee, Senator Barry Goldwater, the Republican from Arizona, Senator Gary Hart, the Democrat from Colorado, Senator Philip Hart, the Democrat from Michigan, Senator Walter Huddleston, the Democrat from Kentucky, Senator Charles Mathias, the Republican from Maryland, Senator Walter Mondale, the Democrat from Minnesota, Senator Robert Morgan, the Democrat from North Carolina, Senator Richard Schweiker, the Republican from Pennsylvania. Okay. And this Senate.gov document has 5 chapters associated with it. But we're not going to read all 5 chapters because we're going to cover the equivalent of all 5 chapters throughout this lecture. I'm going to focus on Chapter 5, the outcome of the committee hearings, to re-emphasize the changes, okay, to the federal intelligence ability to operate. Okay, the changes that resulted from these meetings. These were consequential meetings. These were consequential federally held hearings. Okay, that were recorded and eventually broadcast to the American people. These were very consequential meetings, and the national security and intelligence apparatus in this country has been forever changed. It's a totally different instrument than it was before the Senator Frank Church committees. All right, these committees changed the way federal entities, the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, the U.S. Armed Services, okay, it changed the way that they observe American society. Okay, before these committee hearings, these organizations had basically total autonomy to use their resources to not only collect data on the lives of American citizens, but to intrude upon the lives of American citizens. And these committee hearings changed all that. And I wouldn't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, if all these years later, these committee hearings concluded in 1976. I would not be at all surprised, ladies and gentlemen, if 50 years later, representatives from these same agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, the U.S. Armed Services, said, we're coming back for part 2 of this bout. Okay, Senator Frank Church ain't gonna silence us and tell us how we can operate. All right, 50 years ago, okay, Senator Frank Church held these committee hearings that not only embarrassed the national intelligence and armed services of this country, but it set us back. But 50 years later, in 2026, we are back in full effect. Senator Frank Church is no longer here. And we are going to continue the sweet work of disruption and surveillance of the lives of American citizens in the absence of Senator Church. He had his way with us back in 1976. This is what the national security and intelligence apparatus of this country will say to you today, ladies and gentlemen. Senator Frank got the best of us back in 76. And we had to change our ways because of him and his committee. He also embarrassed us and made us look like monsters. But 50 years later, here in 2026, the FBI, the CIA, the U.S. Army, the NSA, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in full effect. And we're going to pick up where we left off before Senator Church got in our faces with those meddlesome documents and hearings that he was swinging around in front of the cameras. Okay, we're going to pick up where we left off. Say hello, America, to part 2 of everything that was happening before Senator Church got involved. Say hello to part 2. This is the second round, America. Now we're working on something else. It's called Project Gang Stalking. And there ain't no Senator Frank Church around to stop us this time. All right? That's their attitude. And that's where targeted individuals have to fill the void left by Senator Frank Church. Targeted individuals now have to act as a proxy for Senator Frank Church. Okay? Now we have to do the research. We have to gather the data. We have to gather the documents. We have to provide experiential data and narratives. Okay? We, the targets, have to bring the evidence ourselves and bring it to the attention of the global community, just like Senator Frank Church did. Ladies and gentlemen, so just like Senator Frank Church, the targeted individual community has to step up and talk about this stuff. So the outcome was, and we will read through this, after holding 100, and this is going to be some re-emphasis of what we've already read, but after holding 126 full committee meetings, 40 subcommittee hearings, interviewing some 800 witnesses in public and closed sessions, and combing through 110,000 documents, the committee published its final report on 29th of April 1976. Investigators determined that beginning with President Franklin Roosevelt's administration and continuing through the early 1970s, intelligence excesses at home and abroad were not the product of any single party, administration, or man, but had developed as America rose to become a superpower during the global Cold War. Intelligence agencies have undermined the constitutional rights of citizens, the final report concluded, primarily because checks and balances designed by the framers of the Constitution to assure accountability have been applied. In a separate appended view, Senator Tower acknowledged intelligence excesses and the need for expanded legislative, executive, and judicial involvement in intelligence policy and practices. He cautioned, however, that Congress should not unnecessarily restrain the president from exercising discretion in the realm of national security. The final report included 96 recommendations, legislative and regulatory, designed to place intelligence activities within the constitutional scheme for controlling government power. The committee observed that there is no inherent constitutional authority for the president or any intelligence agency to violate the law, and recommended strengthening oversight of intelligence activities. The Church's committee, thoughtful and careful investigative work, which earned it the respect of many members of the Senate, ultimately led to reform efforts throughout the intelligence community. Congress approved legislation to provide for greater checks and balances of their intelligence community. In 1976, the Senate approved Senate Resolution 400, establishing the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence to provide vigilant legislative oversight over the intelligence activities of the United States, to assure that such activities are in conformity with the Constitution and laws of the United States. In 1978, Congress approved and President Jimmy Carter signed into law the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, requiring the executive branch to request warrants for wiretapping and surveillance purposes from a newly formed FISA court. Some agencies pursued internal reform in part because the Church Committee's inquiry revealed the extent to which agencies had been encouraged or permitted abuses by individuals. One example includes new guidelines established by Attorney General Edward Levy. The executive branch issued Executive Order 12036 in 1978, which provided new guidelines related to intelligence activities. Today, the Church Committee reports and hearings are frequently used by scholars who continue to examine U.S. intelligence activities during the Cold War era. So the hearings were extensive. Okay, it was 126 meetings, 40 subcommittee meetings, 800 plus witnesses, 110,000 documents were generated. Essentially, this report concluded that intelligence agencies have undermined the constitutional rights of citizens, period. And that was seen as unacceptable. Even in today's national security age, where it is seen as protocol to overlook some constitutional rights and liberties in the interest of safety, is understandable, ladies and gentlemen, but only to a degree. If the federal establishment of this country and its national security apparatus believes that it has to intrude in various respects into people's rights repertoire in the interest of national security, then that's something that should be done in a way that is professional, constitutional, and manageable. Okay, I think it's a bad idea for the national security apparatus in the United States, even in times of national security uncertainty, to intrude into, or rather impede upon, the constitutional rights of its citizens excessively, okay, beyond the scope of what's necessary to achieve your national security objectives. All right, and that's kind of what's been asserted here. There has to be a boundary. Okay, even in times of national security uncertainty, there has to be a boundary. Okay, you don't get to manipulate as a member of the federal government's apparatus. You don't get to disrupt. You don't get to subvert. You don't get to trample. You don't get to disregard the inalienable rights of a person. Those are important aspects of being an American. And even if you must intrude to a degree in the interest of the safety of the homeland, let's do it responsibly so that we don't need another round of church committee hearings here in 2026, because that could cause embarrassment. Okay, what I'm calling for is some accountability in national security operations. There were 96 recommendations made by the committee on how to curb abuses by the intelligence agencies. It looked like intelligence activities had found themselves outside of the constitutional constraint system. There was a Senate resolution called Senate Resolution 400, which established the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, a whole new committee that focused just on intelligence matters. And it's possible, ladies and gentlemen, that 50 years later that intelligence committee has been compromised by national security interests. And let's keep something in mind, too. Giving a blank check to the national security apparatus in this country is popular. All you have to do is convince working class, upper middle, and wealthy American citizens, particularly those who vote, that there is a threat out there that we need to contain and neutralize by beefing up our national security presence at home and abroad. That's all you have to tell them. The only word they hear in that is safety. They don't think Constitution. They don't think Bill of Rights. They don't think the Declaration of Independence. They don't think inalienable rights. The only thing that comes to their mind is safety. Okay, they will blindly follow any government representative. They will follow any political party. They will follow any political train of thought, any socio-political train of thought that guarantees their safety. Okay, that's all that matters to them is safety. Safety is important, but it can get to the point, ladies and gentlemen, if you give up too many of your rights willingly and without protest, you'll eventually need safety from the very government that guaranteed you safety. That's the conundrum of the thing. Yes, we are willing to pay taxes to our federal government. We are willing to assist our federal government in implementing national security measures, even if it means we have to give up some of our privacy to make that a reality. But we're not okay with excessive or harmful overreach by that same government that guaranteed our safety. We're looking for safety at home. We're looking for safety abroad as well. But we also want freedom and safety from tyrannical practices. That's all the American people have to assert, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Attorney General Edward Levy, the Attorney General of the United States, established Executive Order 12036, which provided new guidelines related to intelligence activity. So you see all the guidelines that were issued following the meetings. They were very consequential meetings. So what we're going to do now, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to review actual documents and exchanges from the hearing themselves. The document I'm reading from is going to be, just give me 1 second. Okay, it's going to be Intelligence Activities, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Tuesday, November 18th, 1975. U.S. Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, Washington, D.C. The first page reads, this committee met pursuant to notice at 10:05 a.m. in room 318 of the Russell Senate Office Building. Senator Frank Church, the chairman, presiding. Present are Senators Church, Hart, Mondale, Huddleston, Morgan, Hart from Colorado, then Goldwater, Mathias, and Schweiker. Also present, William G. Miller, Barbara Bainoff, John Eliff, Michael Epstein, Mark Gittenstein, which are all professional staff members. The chairman, Frank Church, begins. The hearing will please come to order. The subject of the hearing this morning is to the domestic intelligence activities of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The committee has adopted different procedures for this hearing. We have directed committee counsel, Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Smothers, to present a report of our investigation of FBI domestic intelligence operations. Representatives of the FBI will appear tomorrow for a discussion of these matters. These public hearings on the FBI concentrate on its domestic surveillance programs. The committee has also undertaken an inquiry into FBI intelligence activities relating to foreign espionage and national defense. However, the committee is conducting this latter part of the investigation in executive session so that vital FBI operations necessary for the national defense will not be impaired. Our final report and recommendations will address both the domestic and foreign sides of FBI intelligence. For 50 years, the FBI has been an outstanding law enforcement agency. The Supreme Court, in the landmark Miranda case, praised the FBI for its exemplary record of effective law enforcement and respect for the rights of suspects in criminal cases. But the FBI is not only a criminal law enforcement agency, it has a domestic intelligence role, which is separate from its criminal investigations. The very nature of our democracy demands that these activities undergo periodic public scrutiny. Yet there has never been a full public account of FBI domestic intelligence operations. Therefore, this committee has undertaken such an investigation. Its purpose is not to impair the FBI's legitimate law enforcement and counter-espionage functions, but rather to evaluate domestic intelligence according to the standards of the Constitution and the statutes of our land. If fault is to be found, it does not rest in the Bureau alone. It is found also in the long line of the attorney generals, presidents, and congresses who have given power and responsibility to the FBI, but have failed to give it adequate guidance, direction, and control. Information is a powerful resource. One of the FBI's most significant features is its system for efficiently processing, filing, and retrieving the data it gathers. The potential dangers in this system are obvious. The late Francis Biddle, Attorney General in the 1940s, warned the nation about, and I quote his words, the future use of this great machine of detection with its 10 million personal files, its reputation grown sacrosanct, and its obvious possibilities of misusing the power it has won. Attorney General Biddle did not believe the FBI could safely continue with what he called the virtual freedom from control. As our technological sophistication increases, the warning of Francis Biddle grows even more urgent. And I'll remind you, ladies and gentlemen, these are the words of the chairman of these committees, Senator Frank Church, the Democrat from Idaho. He continues, over 4 years ago, the Senate Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights exposed the massive surveillance of Americans by the U.S. Army intelligence system. Earlier this year, we learned of extensive domestic intelligence gathering by the CIA. Now we look at the FBI, the most important domestic intelligence agency of all. The Bureau's reports provided much of the raw material for both Army intelligence and CIA domestic intelligence operations. Our own hearings in September showed that the FBI intelligence officers helped develop the 1970 Huston Plan with an eye towards even greater expansion of surveillance programs directed against American citizens. Today we are here to review the major findings of our full investigation of FBI domestic intelligence, including the COINTELPRO and other programs aimed at domestic targets, FBI surveillance of law-abiding citizens and groups, political abuses of FBI intelligence, and several specific cases of unjustified intelligence operations. These hearings have one overriding objective: the development of sufficient information for Congress to legislate appropriate standards for the FBI. The Attorney General Levy has undertaken a similar task within the Justice Department, and we intend to work with him in framing proper FBI guidelines. The Attorney General and the Director Kelly of the FBI will be invited to appear before the committee in December to discuss recommendations for the future. Now, before I turn to Senator Tower for his opening statements, there is one other important point that I would like to stress and ask members of the committee as well as staff to give this point special attention. As we proceed this morning, investigations such as these, which are designed to determine whether government agencies are infringing on the rights of citizens, run the risk themselves of injuring private citizens' rights unless great care is taken. The disclosure of the contents of raw FBI files or characterizations or other derogatory information in the course of this investigation should be avoided at all costs by this committee, its staff, and its witnesses. For that reason, I want to instruct the staff to refrain from mentioning the names of private citizens as being the subject of FBI surveillance unless permission has been given in advance by that person or unless the information is already in the public domain. So ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing in the first couple of pages is we are seeing where the chairman, Frank Church, is giving the FBI its propers for being a general asset to the United States. But what he's also saying is this, that based on certain communications that have been had and certain investigations that have been made, certain witnesses that have come forward, some from inside the agencies, some from inside the government, some from outside the government. It's obvious based on these investigations that not only the FBI, but also the CIA, the NSA, and the U.S. Armed Services have taken indecent liberties with respect to some of its intelligence activities, its data gathering activities, and its capacity and their collective capacity to run programs in secret that violate the constitutional rights of Americans. Okay? And a number of these programs include COINTELPRO, MKUltra, okay, a number of programs, okay, Project Shamrock, okay, Telegram interceptions, okay, unwarranted wiretapping of people's phones, the interception of people's mail, all right, disruption campaigns, all right, civilian spies, all kinds of things that were happening that were deemed unconstitutional. So these committee hearings were called to make these findings public in the interest of democracy and constitutionalism. So the next page reads, there were documents that the committee is releasing that have already been basically publicized, and that committee members in their questions will exercise the same due care. Senator Church continues, now I would like to turn to the vice chairman of the committee, Senator Tower. So now we're going to listen to some opening remarks from Senator Tower, who is the vice chairman of these committee hearings. Senator Tower begins, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, at his request, I would like to explain the absence of Senator Baker. He is the ranking Republican on the Public Works Committee, which is at this moment considering some very vital and critical environmental legislation, and therefore he cannot attend the hearing. So in this first remark, Senator Tower is excusing the absence of another senator, particularly Senator Baker. And the reason he is given is that Senator Baker is handling other governmental business related to environmental causes that Senator Baker had championed in those days. So this was sort of a formal dismissal of any concerns about Senator Baker's absence during these meetings. Otherwise, Senator Baker would have been a part of these meetings, and he would have been a part of the holistic procedure of talking about these issues presently. So he continues, today, in a sense, the Senate committee comes home. For today, the Senate committee brings hearings designed to shed light upon the nation's domestic intelligence activities. Our purpose, however, is to not conduct a legislative trial. In conducting these hearings, we do not seek to either assign fault or to apportion blame. Rather, our aim is to eliminate the policies and the practices of our domestic intelligence agencies. Our hope in doing so is that a complete record and an informed public will assist the Select Committee in its difficult task of evaluating the important intelligence work being done by the FBI. These matters, of course, must be seen in perspective, and we must always guard against magnifying at hearings what has been practiced only in a very small segment of the undeniably valuable work done by the FBI in the vital areas of crime detection and crime prevention. While the Select Committee has been fully informed of those allegations, which have charged the Bureau with mistakes and excesses, we are no less vividly aware that the great difficulties and complex problems which the Bureau's intelligence arm has confronted over the years. As the chairman's remarks have indeed indicated, today's hearing will focus on the FBI, the most recent subject of our ongoing examination of domestic intelligence functions. As with other governmental agencies, our concern today is with the issues of authorization for domestic intelligence activities and the privacy and other civil rights considerations raised by government intervention in the lives of citizens. It is not our contention that all invasions are unwarranted. However, our charter is to reassess current activities. To this end, the staff's presentation will touch upon such controversial topics as confidential sources, informants, indexes, general warrants, disruptive techniques, black bag jobs, COINTELPRO, and subversive activities. In an attempt at full disclosure, reference will be made to such widely divergent concerns as the Communist Party, black hate, the Ku Klux Klan, women's liberation, and the New Left, and radical terrorism. These next sessions will provide a full and forthright look at the domestic intelligence mission of the Bureau. By so doing, by establishing a complete and open record of Bureau activity, the Select Committee hopes fully to discharge its responsibilities under the Senate Resolution 21 by adding to our nearly completed review of intelligence action abroad the critical and perhaps overriding element of what happens to our citizens at home. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that concludes the Vice President's remarks. He echoed a lot of Chairman Church's sentiments about the FBI. It is an outstanding organization, and it is valuable to American sovereignty. However, in spite of that designation, there have been numerous abuses and instances of excess and overreach that the FBI has committed holistically as a holistic entity, particularly its covert operations divisions, against the American people. And if these matters are consequential in nature, they need to be addressed, they need to be discussed, and they need to be analyzed in a way that is both conducive to the discussion and productive. So we're back to Chairman Church. He's saying, thank you very much, Senator Tower. He's saying, now I have two further recommendations to make. I note by the schedule that there will be a series of Senate votes this morning, and that means that we need to come to some kind of understanding before we commence. There was an old story told about a justice of the peace in Idaho who was a farmer, and he used to do so. The story goes, get his trial going and both sides giving their testimony, and then he would say, now you fellows just go ahead with your testimony while I go out and irrigate the North 40. And today Senator Tower included that as a Texas story, by the way. The chairman says it cannot be because you do not have water enough to irrigate 40 acres. We may be faced with that problem with the votes today, so I would suggest that as the votes come on, senators leave individually and return so that the hearing itself is not constantly interrupted. That way, senators will always be present. We will do that rotating and the hearing can go forward. The only other recommendation I have is that to the extent possible, and of course this will not apply to the chairman and the vice chairman, but to the extent possible, other members of the committee are requested not to ask questions that will interfere too much with the continuity of the presentation, and then the questions can follow the presentation. If senators can restrain themselves, that would be appreciated. Now, I think that covers all of the announcement I have to make, and I believe in accordance with the custom of the committee, Mr. Smothers and Mr. Schwartz should stand in and be sworn. Do you, the counsel of this committee, solemnly swear that all the testimony you are about to give in this proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Mr. Schwartz answered, I do. Mr. Smothers answered, I do. So, next up is the testimony of Frederick A.O. Schwartz, Jr., Chief Counsel, and Curtis R. Smothers, Counsel to the Minority Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to with respect to intelligence activity. So these two gentlemen, Frederick Schwartz and Curtis Smothers, actually work for the Senate Select Committee, but their role was an investigatory role. And they are testifying together as to their findings, into their investigation into the intelligence apparatus of this country. Frederick Schwartz Jr. is the chief counsel. That's the chief attorney of the Minority Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations, and Curtis Smothers is counsel to the Minority Senate Select Committee with respect to governmental operations. So it begins. The chairman, Mr. Church, begins, Mr. Schwartz, will you please proceed? So keep in mind, Mr. Schwartz is chief counsel of the Minority Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations. Mr. Schwartz replies, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, may I first state that Mr. Smothers and I have divided this presentation. We are entirely at one in our view as to the facts and our view as to what should be presented. It has been entirely cooperative and helpful. It has been an entirely cooperative and helpful venture between the minority and majority staffs here. I am going to start by outlining the subjects we are going to cover. Before I do that, I want to pick up on a comment that both the chairman and the vice chairman made about the objective of this set of hearings being to develop and the facts upon which the decisions can be made as to what should be done, and go back to 1938 when this whole program of domestic surveillance started for the second time in this country, and put into the record that Director Hoover, the Attorney General, and the President of the United States said to each other at that time about the necessity to keep secret from the American people the facts as to domestic surveillance by the FBI. So he is invoking, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Schwarz, the chief counsel. He is invoking something that happened in 1938, about 40 years before these hearings, in which the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, the Attorney General, and the President of the United States believed that keeping domestic surveillance from the American people was necessary. So those three men decided 40 years prior to these hearings that these activities should never reach the ears of the American people, which basically says they didn't want any transparency. They just wanted unlimited power over other people's lives. So it reads as follows. What I've done, ladies and gentlemen, is I've divided this this portion of the lecture into 10 pages. So what we do is we read the first 4, what we just did, and then we're going to start on a whole nother line of questioning. We're not going to stay on just one line of questioning. We're going to look at several lines of questioning. So the next line of questioning I have here is going to be between Senator Tower and actually, I'm sorry, I've omitted that part. My apologies. So this next part we're going to look at is the chairman, Senator Church, talking about some of the official business that he has to conduct, and he says a word about these assassination reports that the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and so forth is presently investigating. So what we have basically is we have the chairman presiding. He's saying, "Thank you, Senator Tower. I have just a question or two. We are going to try to conclude this morning because the committee has a hearing, a business meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And for the information of the members, that meeting will take place in room 3110 of the Dirksen Senate Office Building. And while I am making announcements, I think I should say that tomorrow between the hours of 9 o'clock in the morning and 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the committee will report its findings and make its recommendations to the Senate in connection with our investigation into alleged involvement of the U.S. in certain assassination plots and attempts directed against foreign leaders. This committee, as you know, has made an exhaustive investigation of this issue. It has taken some 6 months, and 75 witnesses have been interrogated. Over 8,000 pages of testimony have been taken. Mountains of documents have been analyzed and digested. And the report will be a detailed accounting to the American people of that evidence, together with the findings and recommendations of the committee. Initially, these disclosures will be made to the Senate in secret session, after which the report will be made public as previously approved by the committee vote. Therefore, it is anticipated that at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon in this room, the caucus room, following that secret session of the Senate, the committee will meet with the press for the purpose of answering such questions as the press may wish to address to the committee on the assassination report. So I'm going to stop there because that was the part of this particular page that I wanted to address. So Senator Church, the chairman of this committee, is basically making his official business known. He's making it public. He's stating it in an open session. And he's talking about doing a hearing on these assassination reports that the Senate has pulled from numerous documents 8,000 pages of testimony and 75 witnesses have shown this committee concerning the assassination reports that the FBI and the CIA had kept. And that's going to be a critical component of these hearings, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the chairman's conversation or his questioning of Mr. Adams. Ladies and gentlemen, and it begins on page 99, and we're talking about we're talking about a number of things with Mr. Adams. It's a fairly complex interaction that he's having with Mr. Adams, but I want to give you an outline as to the very matters and insights that Senator Church is having with Mr. Adams, because the topic of the discussion right now is assassinations, the infiltration of communist movements. It's talking about the monitoring of the women's liberation movement and investigations of that movement. They're talking about organizational problems. All right. They're also talking about Dr. Martin Luther King. They're also talking about what they refer to as Negro movements, or basically civil rights activism. They're talking more about the Communist Party, the American Communist Party. They're talking about the Soviet Union. They're talking about the New Left. They're basically talking about a lot of the, they're talking about intercepted telegrams. All right. They're talking about the media. They're talking about assassination reports. Okay, so they're talking about a lot of things here, ladies and gentlemen. And this gentleman, Mr. Adams, who is a witness, basically he's sort of an insider in all this. He is a witness, all right, to these abuses. And what I'm going to do is, just give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to have to condense some of this. All right, so we're going to start with Senator Church and his interrogation of Mr. Adams. He's basically saying, so this is Senator Church. Now for the last few questions I would like to put to you, Mr. Adams. The last few questions I would like to put to you, Mr. Adams, have to do with some confusion in my mind concerning the purpose of the FBI monitoring the women's liberation movement. What was the purpose of that surveillance? Why were you involved in monitoring that movement? Mr. Adams, it was basically, as I recall, I have not reviewed the files, but from the information that I have acquired, it would indicate that there were groups that were believed to be infiltrating and attempting to exert control over the women's movement. That investigation was based or initiated by this fact. Now, basically, the women's liberation movement. I'm going to give you some backstory as to the women's liberation movement. It began in Baltimore, Maryland, during the summer of 1968. There was no structure at the time. There was no parent organization. There were no rules or plans to go by. It was totally decentralized. It started out with group therapy sessions with young women who were either lonely or confined to the home with small children, getting together and talking out their issues. Along with this, they wanted a purpose, and that was to be a free woman from the humdrum existence of being only a wife and a mother. They wanted equal opportunities that men had in work and in society. They wanted their husbands to share in the housework and in rearing the children. They also wanted to go out and work in whatever kinds of jobs they wanted and not to be discriminated against as women. So basically, the chairman is asking Mr. Adams, what does he know about the FBI's monitoring of this women's liberation movement? It's basically a loosely affiliated, decentralized organization of concerned women who didn't feel like they had enough say in the American political process. And essentially, what this exchange is about is it's about Mr. Adams and the chairman having an exchange about whether or not the FBI had an active role in monitoring the women's liberation movement. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to just briefly pause, as I typically do when I start seeing an influx of stalkers during my lectures. The stalkers in Miami-Dade County are particularly bold, ladies and gentlemen, particularly since, I'll probably say the start of 2026. I've seen a particular boldness in my stalkers. They're not trying to hide it anymore. They're not trying to be secretive anymore. They know they've been exposed. Now they're doing what they do openly. It's real desperate looking. It's pathetic, ladies and gentlemen. And quite frankly, I'm glad that I'm on the winning side. I'm glad that I'm on the side that exposed gang stalking and never participated in it, as opposed to being on the losing side, which are the gang stalkers themselves, who thought that they were untouchable, that they were undetectable, that they were invincible. They got exposed, and exposed badly, and on the world stage and in public. I mean, they would be angry and hostile right now because of the horrific tragedy of their participation in such a program. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get back to this, okay? We're going to look at the chairman's remarks with Mr. Adams. As you can tell, I am Bayside right now, and those are the crashing waves that you hear. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to scan through this page really quickly. I've explained what the women's liberation movement is and the general gist of what's happening. So we're going to move to the next page between the chairman and Mr. Adams. It says, you are reading from a paper. This is page 100. You are reading from a paper which has to do with the organization or the origination of an investigation coming out of New York. Are you not? Mr. Adams replied, yes. The chairman says, I'm reading from a document about the women's liberation movement in Baltimore, Maryland. And concerning it in the summer of 1968 in particular, my question hasn't to do with whatever original purpose the FBI sought by initiating this kind of surveillance in New York, but with a finding made concerning the women's liberation movement in Baltimore, which I have just read to you. I think you would agree with me that women do have the right to get together and talk about humdrum existence and equal opportunities with men and equal opportunities for work in our society, don't they? That is not a subversive activity. So what the chairman is doing in this particular paragraph is he's setting the record straight on what he believes, on what the panel believes are the rights of this women's liberation movement. He's saying basically this: we found that the CIA has treated the women's liberation movement as subversive activity. And that's why we instituted domestic spying protocols on them. They probably did some disruption too to it. What the chairman is saying, Chairman Church is saying, women getting together, organizing themselves, talking about societal issues, talking about politics, desiring a more substantive role in American society, closer to their to what their male counterparts have, communicating these ideas back and forth. The chairman is saying this is not subversion. This is not anti-American activity. This is not anything that the FBI needs to be investigating in such a way. And Mr. Adams says, well, but when you have here the setup is of our investigative activity, we had New York, which was the office of origin in the investigation. You have other offices that were checking to determine what influence there was. In addition, in New York, to the New York office lay the fact that interwoven with the women's liberation movement goal for equal rights for women, there was an advocacy, certainly of militancy and violence in achieving their goals. Now, Baltimore is one office, and I believe there is even one of the reports. So Mr. Adams' reply was that according to FBI investigations, this women's liberation movement was not just a movement for social equality or economic equality or gender equality. Mr. Adams is saying that this women's liberation movement had themes of militancy and even violence to achieve its goals, which to me is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, to me is absurd. How did this women's liberation movement pose any more of a threat than the women's suffrage movement of the 1920s? Okay, American women desiring the right to vote and be heard and so forth, and be accepted into the American political process as full citizens with full citizens' rights. Okay, this was simply a parallel to that. So, me personally, ladies and gentlemen, I don't particularly believe that these women were dangerous at all. I think that the FBI's surveillance units were nosy and curious as to what these women were up to, and they put surveillance protocols on them and disruption protocols on them. So the chairman says, you keep taking me back to New York. Mr. Adams says, right. The chairman says, and I keep taking you back to Baltimore. And the reason I do that is because if you turn 2 pages back from this particular report, which has to do with the Baltimore operation, the question is whether, based on that finding, the investigation should continue with the Baltimore group. And the decision is that you will continue to follow and report on the activities of the group, and I just wondered why. Mr. Adams says this is a problem that we have, that we do have organizations where sometimes the women's liberation movement is not a good example because that was washed out, but we do have organizations where. The chairman interrupts. What was washed out? Not the women's liberation movement. Mr. Adams replies, no, the investigation indicated that there was no concern or no reason to be concerned about it. But where do you have an organization, okay, that has branches in many areas of the country, and you start with one place and it looks like you have a subversive organization? You do have something that is carried out throughout the organization, or it is just one chapter or one group. In other words, it's not an organizational problem. So the chairman continues, but you see the trouble with that is that this Baltimore organization, you say in your own report that it was independent, that there was no structure or parent organization, no rules or plans, so it isn't part of a nationally controlled and directed organization by your own admission. And Mr. Adams replies, I believe that this report had some subsequent pages that aren't included in here that did show some activity or influence. So before we examine all that, I just want to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, there are stalkers out and about. Okay, they're just as much a useful idiot as any stalker I've ever encountered. They were signaled over. They follow directions. They're obedient to each other. They're doing what they're doing out of a sense of adventurism, and it brings them a sense of self-worth and self-esteem to exercise these signaling and pestering mechanisms in the interest of essentially a nice night out with the family or whatever it is they're doing. So I'm just letting you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you hear background voices, they are stalkers, okay, that are looking to disrupt the lecture. I'm down here next to the Bow Harbor area. Okay, I am right Bayside. This is a gigantic park. There's plenty of room for movement. If any of these people get close enough to me where you can actually hear their voice, there's only about a handful of people in the park right now. I mean, this park is probably 30 acres in size, so there's plenty of moving around room. If you hear somebody get close enough to me to where you can hear their voice in the background of this lecture, they're stalkers, okay, that were signaled over to me to make noise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, the life of a stalker is nothing if they can't pester people. So we'll continue, ladies and gentlemen. So the chairman and Mr. Adams are going back and forth. Mr. Adams is trying to make this about a New York investigation. The chairman is attempting to keep things pointed at the Baltimore activities, because it seems that Mr. Adams, who is an FBI insider, has the capacity to try and muddle the narratives and sort of infuse New York investigations with Baltimore investigations, but Chairman Church wants to focus specifically on Baltimore investigations into this women's liberation movement. Senator Church is not convinced, ladies and gentlemen, that this women's movement needed to be investigated to this degree. And he thinks that the FBI basically made an excuse of subversive activities so that it had a reason to investigate this women's movement, okay? And Senator Church wholly disagrees with the FBI's decision to investigate this women's movement. So we're going to move on to page 101. The chairman says this: I am told by the staff that this summary is accurate and that the only other thing contained was that these women had affiliations with an organization that protested the war in Baltimore. Mr. Adams says, I think that there were some other items. The chairman says that was the only other association that we have. Apparently the women's liberation movement is no longer under suspicion by the FBI and the case is closed. What happens when the case is closed? Are names still left in the file? Are they forevermore contained? All right. Mr. Adams, yes. The chairman in the system. Mr. Adams, yes. The chairman. Pretty soon you'll have all of us in the system. If there is no way, even after surveillance has been terminated, to eliminate the references of individuals to the files of the system, you will one day have us all, won't you? I'm sorry, I lost my place. 1 second, please. Mr. Adams, well, I would say as a part of a normal business record, when we do make a judgment that an organization should be investigated, and we investigate it, and then we find activities, but we make a conclusion that there was no additional problem here. This is a record of our official action. Now, if we destroy it, at what point do we get into a situation of being accused of doing things and then destroying things from showing what we do? The critical thing is whether we are able, and we do set up safeguards where information in our file is not misused at a later date. And that is what these guideline committees are all about. So that exchange was pretty much the chairman just asking him what his interest currently is in the women's women's liberation movement, saying basically that the case is closed. And what he's saying is this: even though the case into the women's liberation movement is closed, okay, Senator Church is asking Mr. Adams, are the names of these women that you investigated forever documented in your systems? And Mr. Adams replies, yes. And the chairman didn't appear to too much care for that, because he didn't think these women's names should have gone into the system in the first place. I'll continue, and this next exchange, I don't have to read it line for line. I'll summarize it. It's basically the chairman asking Mr. Adams, who is an FBI insider, how many Americans' names do you have in your files? And Mr. Adams replies, we got 6.5 million files. And Mr. Chairman does a little math. He goes, well, that's a large number of files. And if there are multiple names in each file, then you are quickly up into 20, 30, or 40 million names in your FBI files. So apparently there's sort of a suspicion by the chairman of this Senate committee that the FBI keeps the names of up to 40 million Americans in FBI files for reasons that probably aren't valid. You see? So the number of American names in FBI files is a point of contention. And the chairman is basically saying, we have 1 million crimes of violence each year in this country. I wish the FBI would spend more time fighting violent crime than spying on people. And that's what the chairman said to him. And Mr. Adams said, I wish I do too. He agreed. And the chairman is also saying that one of his concerns is that there's no way to know when to close a file. All right, he's saying that these closed files still contain permanent information about the subjects, and that's a point of contention. So we're going to move down to the next talking point. We're going to look at Senator Mondale's interaction with Mr. Adams now. And they're talking about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This is on page 102. We're going to start down where it says Senator Mondale. It says Mr. Adams, earlier in inquiring about the basis for investigating Dr. King, I thought two basic justifications. One was suspicion and fear of communist influence or infiltration. The second was that he constituted a threat to the success of the Negro movement. Did I understand the second basis? Mr. Adams, no. The first I was talking about was not a suspicion, but information indicating communist influence in the Martin Luther King movement. The second was on this question of motivation that you've raised. I don't know what their motive was to get some of those other activities in order to discredit and remove him, but it was a question. Apparently, they must have felt that he was a threat to either, as shown in the files by President and Attorney General expressed concern about civil rights movements and his continued affiliation with some of those people. Senator Mondale, would you agree that it would not be a proper basis for an investigation for the FBI or any government official to be concerned about the success of the Negro movement? Mr. Adams said, I have no problem. Senator Mondale says, all right, let us take on the ground that appears to have justified the investigation of Dr. King and the investigation of the women's liberation movement. The fear that dangerous influence might infiltrate these organizations. Suppose it is true, suppose that a communist did have influence over Dr. King, or suppose an SDS member infiltrated and became a dominant influence in a chapter of the women's liberation movement, and that you established it as a fact. What would you do, assuming that we can't get into this harassing and so on? Would you agree that no longer has any validity? What do you have? All right, so Senator Mondale is he's loosening the narrative that the FBI had that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was not only a communist, but was influenced by communists and was a threat to American sovereignty. The FBI harassed Dr. King endlessly with letters, with spying, with civilian operatives. I mean, the FBI really hated Dr. Martin Luther King. And it basically called him a black communist. So Mr. Adams is saying that they saw potential violations in Dr. King's movement, and they have responsibilities under the directives from the President and the Attorney General. And they're basically saying that a revolutionary group like the Communist Party has taken over control over a domestic group, and the Communist Party is operated by the Soviet Union. So essentially, what Mr. Adams is saying here is that the FBI had reason to believe that communist countries were contributing to the Dr. Martin Luther King movement in order to subvert and undermine American society, and that the FBI saw it fit to harass Dr. King in order to subvert communist influences, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to continue down. It's on page 103. We're going to continue down what we have just heard about the women's liberation movement. And like I say, we're going to paraphrase some of this. Were we fearful that the new left SDS types might have an influence that's justified that investigation? We now have your statement that we were fearful that some communists might have influence over Dr. King, and therefore he was thoroughly investigated. Are there any limits on who can be investigated? Mr. Adams continues, well, the only limits that we must relate to it are on a statutory basis of one of the presidential guidelines that we have, or the criteria we have, which criteria is receiving scrutiny at the present time by Congress, have in the past by the DOJ, and that is in the area of guidelines. The whole area of domestic security, as domestic scrutiny, is what we need guidelines in. Senator Mondale Wright, and you would agree that we talked about this earlier, that being a communist is not a crime. Mr. Adams, no, it is not a crime. Senator Mondale, so the whole basis for this has to apparently stem from a presidential directive which you think has tasked you to do this. Yes, Mr. Adams replied. Senator Mondale, just a few other points. In 1970, November 6th, a telegram from Newark to the director went forth proposing that the following telegram be sent. Word received, food donated to party by anti-liberation white pigs contain poison. Symptoms: cramps, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, destroy all food. Donated for convention suspected of poison. However, still required to meet quota, signed Ministry of Information. This was a telegram that was to be sent from Oakland, California to Jersey City, New Jersey. The telegram went on further. It is suggested that the Bureau consider having the laboratory treat fruit such as oranges with mild laxative type drug by hypodermic needle or other appropriate methods, and ship fruit as a donation from a fictitious person in Miami to the Jersey City headquarters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm going to stop there. I will be back with part 2 of this lecture, and we will look at the final 2 pages of these discussions. Thank you for listening. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are back, and we are going to continue with the narratives presented in this hearing. So we left off with the chairman speaking with, Senator Mondale, rather, speaking with Mr. Adams, who is an FBI insider and a high-ranking FBI official, as it were, ladies and gentlemen, a man who has vast knowledge of the various controversial programs that are being run by the FBI in these times. We've looked at some of the objections that the chairman in particular has raised concerning the FBI's monitoring and probable infiltration of a women's liberation group, a group that the FBI saw as subversive, particularly because of its members showing sympathy for communist or hard left ideologies, which the FBI immediately, particularly in the late 60s, saw as potentially subversive. So as bizarre as this case was, I mean, these housewives, basically, and these women who feel marginalized by American society in terms of their opportunities to prosper in that society are being labeled by the FBI as potentially subversive. I mean, this is a focus group for women who have a capacity to feel marginalized, or rather disenfranchised by the American system. And the FBI looked over at these focus groups. There were a few of them. It was a decentralized group, but, and you know, they had a system of chapters. Okay, there were chapters in a few states, of this focus group, and it was basically a women's rights focus group. And women were encouraged to attend these focus groups and talk about what they think ought to change in society. And at some point, the FBI got it in its mind that these women, okay, these suburban housewives, and these other American women who wanted to start these focus groups and talk about various political issues in their spare time, the FBI somehow came to the conclusion that these women's groups were communist sympathizers. And not only communist sympathizers, but Black Panther sympathizers. And the FBI also came to the conclusion that these women were advocates for this radical left-wing student organization called the Students for a Democratic Society. The FBI also believed these women were a part of the Vietnam Peace Parade Committee and the Venceremos Brigade, the Socialist Workers' Party, and the Young Socialist Alliance. So at some point, the FBI looked at these focus groups for women, particularly suburban housewives, and said, you know what, based on what we're seeing, based on the data we're gathering, these women's groups, which are really a movement, are really left-wing, anti-American subversion networks. And these women are advocates of the Black Panther Party, the Vietnam Peace Parade Committee, the Venceremos Brigade, the Socialist Workers' Party, and the Young Socialist Alliance. That's what these women are being accused of by the FBI, and quite frankly, Senator Church is saying that it's ridiculous, and that the FBI was doing little more than overstepping its boundary and snooping into the social network that this women's group had started in Baltimore, Maryland. In 1968, and Mr. Adams is attempting to justify the FBI's intrusion into these women's groups by saying, well, the FBI did an investigation and believed that they were left-wing radicals. Ladies and gentlemen, so Chairman Adams is basically saying, okay, that investigation's over now. It's been closed. But you still maintain the names in your databases of all the women that you investigated. And Senator Adams said yes. Associate Director Adams said yes. Then the chairman asked him, well, you keep the names of a lot of Americans in your databases, don't you? And Deputy Director Adams said, yeah, we do. And the number turned out to be anywhere from 50 to 60 million American names are kept in these databases for observational purposes. And Senator Church apparently thought that was a little bizarre. So, I mean, what we're seeing here is we're seeing in this exchange between Senator Church, who's the chairman of this committee, and Associate Director Adams, who's an FBI insider. We're seeing sort of a difference in the philosophy of how the FBI conducts its business. Okay. So, all right. So Senator Mondale has now taken his turn with the witness, Mr. Adams, and Senator Mondale's concern seems to be what was referred to in Congress at that time as the Negro Movement, or as it was known years later, the Civil Rights Movement, with which Dr. Martin Luther King was the head of that movement. Okay, the FBI hated Dr. Martin Luther King. I mean, just look up some of the letters, the threatening letters that the FBI used to send him. I mean, the FBI used to send Dr. King stamped letters to his mailbox saying things like, "You're finished," right? That could be seen as a thinly veiled threat to Dr. King. And, you know, I've oftentimes brainstormed as to why the FBI hated Dr. King that so bad. I think it was a combination of things, I think. Okay, because to the FBI, Dr. Martin Luther King wasn't just a benevolent civil rights leader who wanted desegregation and equal rights for black people around this country. The FBI didn't see him as that. Okay? The FBI saw Dr. King as a subversive communist radical that was looking to disrupt the trajectory of American society. Okay? Furthermore, the FBI had documents that indicated that Martin Luther King, Dr. King, the civil rights activist, had 40 mistresses that he used to have sexual liaisons with. And I think that the FBI, given its investigative capacity, looked over at Dr. King and said, you know, based on our data, the man is not all he's cracked up to be. And he is just simply not this black messiah that the news media is trying to paint him as. And the FBI harassed Dr. King horribly. I mean, Dr. King was arrested dozens of times throughout his civil rights activism career. He was constantly harassed. His followers and members were constantly harassed. He was constantly subjected to violence. He was constantly subjected to threats. And the FBI wanted Dr. King to know that it was them that was doing that. All right, one time the FBI, I think it was its Georgia division, sent a spy to walk up to Dr. King and stab him in the middle of a demonstration. And then sometime later, in another demonstration, the FBI set it up to where Dr. King was arrested and thrown in jail for civil rights demonstrations. So, ladies and gentlemen, it just simply goes to show that technically and ultimately, the FBI was not only not interested in anything that Dr. King did, particularly because the FBI didn't see Dr. King as a valid transformer of American society. Now, Dr. King was a valid transformer of American society. That Dr. King was a valid transformer of American society, but the FBI just simply wasn't ready to see a black transformer of American society. So what they did was they disrupted him, and they had him arrested. There were a few attempts on Mr. King's life, and ultimately he was assassinated. And, you know, it's a shame. It's a shame. But let's keep something in mind, ladies and gentlemen. The FBI at this time was staffed by people who grew up in the days where African Americans were being lynched left and right, particularly in the American South, for crimes and rumors of crimes that they had committed. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there were a lot of African Americans in the Old South, particularly in the 1900s to about the 1940s, that were lynched for perceived crimes. There was no evidence of a crime, just a bunch of people accusing him of a crime, and he'd lose his life for it. So that was the environment that a lot of FBI agents grew up in. Even the directors of the FBI, these were guys in their 50s and 60s. Keep in mind, these FBI activities were carrying on in the 60s. Okay, so the heads of the FBI were raised in the early 1900s. Okay, they had a set idea in their mind of where the Negro population of the United States maneuvered and what their role was in American society, kind of silently running in the background, not mixing it up, not getting in the way of mainstream society, and just sort of keeping a distance from the American majority. Now all of a sudden you got this pastor, this minister, a man with 40 mistresses, a man who has the ability to captivate audiences. Out of nowhere, here he is, live in effect, right in your face, demanding civil rights, demanding civil justice, demanding segregation in the name of goodness, mercy, love, Jesus Christ, and everything else. And the FBI is sitting around thinking, who does this Negro think he is? Does he not realize that just 75 years ago, his people were in chains on plantations? Does he not realize that just 40 years ago, we could have called the Ku Klux Klan to walk up to him, take him somewhere, and lynch him from a tree? Does he not realize that his people are still in Africa right now, running around in loincloths, swinging from trees and jumping through jungles, compared to our people who built this beautiful, clean civilization that we call America? Who does he think he is? And that was the attitude of the FBI towards Dr. King. And, you know, The Senate committee wants answers, ladies and gentlemen. They want to know what was the FBI's interest in Dr. King. Why did the FBI take such an interest in Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Why did the FBI have such an infatuation with that Negro? Is what he said. That black man puts on a suit and starts marching down the street demanding justice. Who is he? Who is that Negro that's walking down the street right there? And he's got 200 Negroes with him. All of them got picket signs. Sometimes it's hard to tell Dr. King from some of the other Negroes that are with him. But we know Dr. King because he has a thick mustache and a perfectly round-shaped head. And he wears suits. And he may be walking towards the front of the line. This was the FBI's observation. And he has the capacity to talk about segregation and how bad it is. Go get him. Okay, this was the associate deputy director of the FBI towards Dr. King. Go get him. I don't care what you got to do. I don't care what you got to say. I don't care who you have to go get. Go get him. You see that Negro right there? He's standing there with the bullhorn on the side of the road talking about segregation and all that. Go get him. Go get him, and go get him right now in the name of the U.S. Constitution. Before all hell breaks loose in this country. So, ladies and gentlemen, it just goes to show there was an intense FBI interest in these civil rights movements. It had an intense interest in left-wing student demonstrations. Okay, it had a deep interest in women's movements. It had a deep interest in the American Communist Party, which was called the New Left. It had a deep interest in American socialist parties. It had a deep interest in the Panthers, which, I mean, they were for all intents and purposes a pro-violence group. So, I mean, there are civil rights activists on both sides of that coin. Okay, you have civil rights activists that are more inclined to use force or threats of force or violence or threats of violence to achieve an objective. And then you have other civil rights people who are more on the what you might refer to as the Gandhian side of things. They approach civil rights the way Gandhi did. Mohandas Gandhi, the Indian philosopher and political activist. Okay, some civil rights activists have more of a propensity to follow the words and the work of Gandhi, who believed that civil disobedience was the way to social change, not acts of violence. So you have activists on both sides of that coin. Dr. Martin Luther King was very much a disciple and a student of Mohandas Gandhi. He actually mentioned Mohandas Gandhi in some of his speeches and manifestos. So that was sort of Dr. Martin Luther King's ideological hero. It was Mohandas Gandhi. And that's why Dr. Martin Luther King never advocated violence in his civil rights demonstrations. But the FBI still saw him as a threat because they saw him as disrupting social order. Okay? So Senator Mondale is curious. He wants to know from Senator Adams why the infatuation with Dr. King. Okay, we see him. He's a civil rights activist. He's doing peaceful demonstrations. He hasn't harmed anybody. He hasn't killed anybody. He's not a criminal. He's a well-educated Baptist minister. Okay, yeah, he's put together a coalition of Negroes to try and to get some social justice and some desegregation going. Okay? That's easy to see. Why is he being treated as a terrorist threat? And Mr. Adams is basically replying, look, you know, we have reason to believe that Dr. Martin Luther King and his movement are being powered, financed, and guided by foreign communist influences. Okay? He mentioned Russia briefly, or the Soviets over in Russia. And by proxy, he was probably talking about China. And probably Vietnam to a lesser degree. Okay, these were groups that the FBI suspected were friends with Dr. Martin Luther King. Now, I don't know if Dr. Martin Luther King himself had any sort of a semblance of this. He never mentioned communism as far as being a proponent of it. He never mentioned Russia. He never mentioned China. He never mentioned Vietnam. But the FBI, based on some research and investigations that they had, they said, you know what, we got communist countries here, and they're supporting Dr. King. That's part of our interest in him. All right, so we are going to all right, so we're going to start here. All right, so we're going to start on page 104 here. And we're going to read it, and then we're going to read the next page. So we're going to start at the top. How did you ever get to a point like that? Mr. Adams responded, I don't know what the response was, and the final answer taken. Senator Mondale says it was turned down because they couldn't control transit, but they thought that it was a good idea. Do you think it's a good idea? And Mr. Adams said, I don't. I think that, and Senator Mondale interrupted and said, how did we ever get to the point that this kind of insane suggestion was considered a suggestion which violated everyone's civil liberties and was based on government-sponsored fraud? How does anyone ever consider something like that? Now, I'm going to stop here. So what they're talking about here is they're talking about presidential directives. Okay, Mr. Adams is saying that some of what they did with respect to surveillance, spying, espionage, disruption, all of that, even the assassination attempt, well, not the assassination attempts, but pretty much everything the FBI did aside from assassination attempts, some of it came from presidential directives, meaning that the president of the United States himself requested that this be done, that be done, this be done, that be done. And they were just following orders. Now that is true. Some of the FBI's operating procedure came from the president, or their operating objectives came from the president. But you know what? As far as I can tell, I'd say 30% or less of their operating objectives came from the president. The other 70% was internal, you see, and decided on by FBI agents themselves, or FBI personnel themselves. So apparently what they're talking about is a telegram that was sent by the FBI over in Oakland, California, the FBI office in Oakland, to the FBI office in Jersey City, New Jersey. And the telegram said that they wanted to poison people's food. I'm sorry, let me make sure I got this right. Because sometimes when you read it a second or third time, it hits differently. Hold on. Receive food donated to a party by Anti-Liberation. All right, yeah. So okay, so here's what they're doing. Yeah, basically it was an FBI proposal, an internal FBI proposal stating that the FBI was trying to give these civil rights activists poison food. Okay, not necessarily it could have been an assassination attempt on the civil rights movement, but what they were looking to do was sort of act as if these civil rights leaders were getting donations of fresh fruit from somewhere, but the fresh fruit was going to be tainted with bacteria that was going to make everybody who ate this fruit sick. So let's envision this for a second, right? So you got these civil rights leaders, you got these civil rights campaigns, not just in one city, but across the country, right? Sometimes these civil rights leaders, they get donations. Sometimes they get donations of money. Sometimes they get donations of clothes. Sometimes they get donations of food. Sometimes they get donations of valuable pieces of property, okay? What the FBI was going to do here was send a donation of fruit to these civil rights activists, and the fruit was going to be tainted with bacteria. So that all those civil rights activists who ate this, what they thought was a benevolent donation from somewhere, the box didn't say FBI donation on it. Okay, they would probably send it in the name of a made-up person. Okay, they'd probably get a box of fruit in the mail, or rather somebody may bring them the fruit personally. And the person may introduce themselves as hello, my name is Jeffrey Ford, and I just wanted to donate this box of fruit to your movement because I believe in what you people are doing. And I believe what you're doing is right for America. I believe what you people are doing is right for society. And my name is Jeffrey Ford, and I'm here to donate this box of peaches, pineapples, carrots, cucumbers, and butternut squash to your organization with the hopes that it will replenish you and strengthen your people. And they take the donation and put the box somewhere, and then when they go to eat the fruit, eat the vegetables, everybody gets sick. So that's the kind of stuff they were doing. And so apparently Senator Mondale thought that this was a peculiar thing. And quite frankly, yeah, this was a telegram sent from the Ministry of Information. So this is sort of the trajectory of the thing. And there's some sort of an insane suggestion that was made. All right, so they're talking about watch lists. All right, they're saying that Mr. Mondale is asking Mr. Adams about watch lists. Does the FBI keep a watch list? And Senator Adams said that they did, but it would have been something like, aside from like FBI most wanted lists, right? Which is not what they're talking about. They're just talking about watch lists, just general watch lists. Mr. Adams is saying, yeah, the FBI does keep watch lists, but it would be for something like, let's say, an FBI agent interviewed somebody out in the field, and the person that they interviewed caused a ruckus or a stir during the interview. That person would be put on a list by the FBI of people not to interview again in the future. Okay, so it would probably be similar to maybe a watch list that a talk show or a cable news company has. Let's say a talk show host interviews somebody or a cable news host interviews somebody, and the interviewee acts like a total jerk on set. At some point, the producers are going to put that person on a list of people never to invite back to the show. So that was kind of like what the FBI had, a list of people who not to interview or try and get data from. And all right, so there's a memo that the FBI sent to a person named Clyde Tolson. It refers to a conference on August 21st of 1971. And it involves 10 members of the FBI, and this is Exhibit 32. And the contents of this telegram are: pursuant to your instruction, members of the conference were briefed concerning recent attempts by various newspapers and reporters to obtain information about or from FBI personnel. Members were specifically advised that there would be absolutely no conversations with or answers from any of the representatives of the Washington Post, the New York Times, the LA Times, CBS, and NBC. The only acceptable answers to such inquiries is no comment. So basically, the FBI is saying here, the FBI is saying that if any of these newspapers or news organizations, the Washington Post, New York Times, LA Times, CBS, or NBC, if any of these news agencies contacts the FBI asking for information, the only thing you're supposed to say to them is no comment. So in other words, the FBI is shutting down certain news organizations. Which is, that's denial of freedom of the press. Part of the press's job, the American press, is to keep an eye on governments, businesses, and society. And part of the job is to report on the activities of governments, businesses, and societies. So the press is actually a part of the democratic process. And the press, its activity is protected by the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, which guarantees freedom of speech and freedom of the press. So the FBI is trying to shut down the freedom of the press. It's not going to tell these news organizations anything of interest to them at all. So Senator Huddleston, who spoke to Mr. Adams earlier, asked if there was any attempt. And you just give me 1 second. I'm going to move to a different spot. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I had to change my position. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do realize that doing my lectures outside creates opportunities for stalkers to walk up and disrupt. I know that. But that's part of the reason why I do these lectures outside. One of the things that I observe about gang stalkers is when they approach, why they approach, and how they approach. When I'm doing lectures, but also when I'm just going about my daily business, I like to observe all of these things so as to constantly monitor the behavior of these persons and their ability to cause a ruckus wherever they go. So we're going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. So we talked about Senator Huddleston asking if there was FBI intentions of disrupting the news media and stopping them from reporting on FBI activities. Mr. Adams is saying that the FBI has no such policy. And there was a time where the former director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, reacted to criticism from some certain newspapers, instructed the FBI not to speak to or involve itself with certain newspapers, only asking them to cease and desist any future questions to the FBI, having issued no comment to whatever the allegations were. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice that there were FBI employees in the 1960s in particular that were used as useful idiots. Just as clandestine gang stalkers and the people who utilize that signaling mechanism that they use and that sort of randomized pestering protocol that they use and their intentional germ flinging. Okay, the people that take signals from others, regardless of what the signal says to do, and then they walk up to a target and do something disgusting, those people are useful idiots. Okay, the signal takers, okay, the gang stalkers that take signals from other stalkers, undercover operatives and liaisons to the location of a target that they're supposed to do something dangerous to. They too are useful idiots. Okay, a useful idiot is someone who does what they're told, regardless of what it is. They have no objection to being told to do moronic things, and they allow themselves to be used by a third party. Okay, they are useful and they are idiots. There were some FBI personnel that were also useful idiots back in the 1960s. J. Edgar Hoover tells you not to talk to newspapers, you don't talk to newspapers. J. Edgar Hoover tells you to go and spy on this women's group, you go and spy on the women's group. J. Edgar Hoover tells you to go somewhere and take pictures, videos, or audio of this group or that group for this reason or that reason, even if the assignment made no sense. You do what J. Edgar Hoover tells you to do. Even if the assignment is to the detriment of the FBI, even if the assignment is to the detriment of the United States of America, you simply do what J. Edgar Hoover tells you to do. Okay? And ultimately, the FBI had quite a few useful idiots. The CIA, quite a few useful idiots. The National Security Agency quite a few useful idiots. The U.S. Armed Services, quite a few useful idiots. Okay, why? Because they did what they were told to do, no matter how dumb the instructions were. Okay? If you were a member of any of these groups and you got a directive, you followed it, regardless of the harm it does to the image of the U.S. and regardless of the potential harm that it does to American citizens. Okay? And I can pull a few examples for you of that, okay? Operation Sea Spray, where that naval ship parked outside of San Francisco and dumped bacteria clouds over San Francisco. The people that did that were useful idiots. All right, you got a directive from up top to dump bacteria into the air and you did it. You did it because you were told to do it. Okay? The New York operation, which occurred during this same time period, where the U.S. Army and the CIA got together and built a car that was rigged to spray bacteria in the air as it drove down the street. The people who carried out that operation were useful idiots. They didn't care that what they were doing was essentially domestic germ terrorism. They did it because they were told to do it. That makes them useful idiots. Why? Because what they were doing was harmful to society, but they did it anyway because they were told to. Useful idiots. You understand? So there's a number of instances where really harmful things were done to the American people by members of national security and intelligence agencies. And the only way you can get something like that done is if you have a team of useful idiots around you that'll do what you say when you say, regardless of how dumb the instructions are. All right, so I've actually got to change my seat again. I had a stalker follow me from point A to point B as I was speaking, so now I'm moving to point C. All right, so what we see are instances where the FBI has its directors have told other members of the FBI to ignore the news media. And obviously that's sort of the same mentality that today's stalkers have. Okay, and listen, I'm not afraid to call out the people that are obviously responsible for gang stalking. This is obviously a Department of Defense, U.S. Armed Forces, and Department of Justice co-op just like MK Ultra was, just like COINTELPRO, just like Operation Chaos. The only difference is they brought in elements from the Stasi or East German Zersetzung and added them all together. This is not innovative statecraft. This ain't nothing but a regurgitation of past programs that have run in the United States, including MK Ultra and COINTELPRO, that have added elements of the East Germans or Zersetzung. It's obvious. It's not hard to see at all. Having researched these programs, that makes the entire intelligence and armed services structure in the U.S. a bunch of useful idiots to me, period. And it's idiotic for them to allow such a thing to exist. It's pitiful. And quite frankly, if they ever tried to take any type of a legal action against me for setting these things out into the open, you know what? To hell with them. Fine, go ahead. You know why? Because it seems to me that our national security and intelligence apparatus in this country, they don't appear to know much about the Constitution or the law. It's like, just go to your training sessions, get in the door, and do what you're told. You don't need to know the Constitution. You don't need to know the Bill of Rights. You don't need to know the Declaration of Independence. You don't need to know anything about what it means to be a democratic society or a constitutional republic. If you want to operate in the national security or intelligence sector in this country, whether it's the Department of Defense or Justice, all you need to do is have a high school diploma, maybe a college degree, starry eyes, and a bright smile. Do what you're told when you're told, no matter how idiotic the command is, and you will have a long and beautiful career in the United States' national security and intelligence sector. You'll retire fat, you'll make a lot of money, you'll raise a beautiful family, you'll have a phenomenal life. Just don't ask any questions. We know some of the stuff the national security and intelligence directors in this country, we know some of the stuff we're saying to you is dumb, stupid, moronic, and idiotic. But we want you to do it anyway. Why? Because you're a useful idiot. We pay you good, so do what we say. And to the members of the Mormon church that are still hanging on with your, you guys have tapped into this, spying mechanism where you listen to my lectures live, and you're obviously in the presence of people. You probably got Army Rangers with you and members of the armed services with you while you're spying, so you feel safe. But I know there's Mormons around. Mormons have been a part of the disruption mechanism in this country for a long time. And no, this lecture is not about them, but I got another one coming up as well. I got another one about them, part 22, coming up as well. We're going to talk about them too again, ladies and gentlemen, so we can make very plain what the American trajectory looks like and why. It's not just corrupt military and federal law enforcement agencies. It's also corrupt institutions and churches that are getting together. They're mobilizing useful idiots in destructive ways that benefit some and harm others. Okay, the mechanism is called gang stalking, and these hearings shed some light into how gang stalking has come to be and why it's here. It's megalomaniacal tomfoolery on the grandest scale imaginable. Okay? And my work is already out there for the world to see. Do you understand? America's legacy has already been damaged by this program. Do you understand? And you know whose fault it is? It's the fault of the useful idiots who are in charge of the governmental mechanism in this country. Period. So you all can scurry off somewhere. I don't need you. If I sense my gang stalking campaign has ceased, maybe I'll do videos on something else. But until you idiots go away, I'm going to continue doing videos about your activity. I've got more than 100 of them on YouTube right now. Do I look scared of you? All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let's continue on. You'll have to excuse my tirade from time to time, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm doing these lectures. Stalkers will attempt to disrupt it or injure the lecture or cause some sort of a fracas or discomfort while I'm working, okay? It causes me to go, it doesn't cause me, but it compels me to go on these tangents about their activity because quite frankly, it's just so unbelievable that even after being exposed, they still participate in the same thuggish tomfoolery that got them exposed in the first place. My work is in the digital sphere. Every country in the world knows that the U.S. not only implemented, but financed and sustained synchronized pestering, disruption, attack, and germ spreading mechanisms right in its borders. That's already public knowledge now. The federal government of this country should be in damage control mode, not still pestering people. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, as I just said, please forgive my diatribe, but from time to time that happens, where I get compelled to deviate from my lecture and give these stalkers an exact piece of my mind live and on the air. All right, so we're going to get back into the lecture, ladies and gentlemen. The chairman and Mr. Adams are back speaking. And we are talking about Martin Luther King, particularly his the FBI's suspicion that he is either a communist actor or supported by communists. And there happens to be a follow-up question by the chairman to Mr. Adams. He wants to know how long the investigations go. When the FBI thinks it sees a subversive influence, how long do these investigations go? And when they're stopped, if ever. And apparently they want to talk some about this Martin Luther King situation and whether or not this was meant to be a perpetual investigation, or if the investigation had a finite start date and end date. And that was one of the first things that I myself wondered about gang stalking is, does this thing have an end date? And what was the start date? But like a lot of programs that were run on American citizens, MK Ultra, COINTELPRO, Operation Chaos, and Neo Zersetzung programs, there's no starter end date. They just start spying when they want. They start disrupting when they want. If they want to stop, they stop. If they want to pester you for the rest of your life, they can. Why? Because the U.S. has an endless supply of useful idiots that will help you. And until the office of the president, the Supreme Court, the U.S. Congress, and the news media pick this matter up and give it the importance that it deserves, programs like this can run forever. All you got to do is say that the people coming forward about it are crazy. And that dissolves the narrative right then and there, and it discredits the people coming forward about it. It's a real shame that this country, the country that has adopted a song called the Star-Spangled Banner as its national song, would allow such thuggery to commence and continue in its borders, ladies and gentlemen. So this last page here that I have about the the issue of communism and secret communists operating in the United States. The chairman and Mr. Adams are talking about a third party named Mr. X, that they're calling him, who was apparently a suspected communist and a sort of an agitator of some kind. And they're just kind of making banter about this Mr. X and whether or not he was really a communist or whether or not the FBI was just using that term on him as an excuse to follow him and surveil him. So apparently that's just kind of what this is. It's just banter back and forth about this unknown person named Mr. X that the FBI authorized surveillance on, and what his role was in the grand scheme of things. So we're going to move on to the next part of the lecture. We're going to look at Project Shamrock, and we're going to look at Project Shamrock because it is consequential in the grand scheme of things, and it's an important part of these hearings. The first article is going to be from a website called Today in Civil Liberties History. You got it's titled "Spying on Americans, Project Shamrock Begins." So Project Shamrock begun on this day, August 24th, and it involved the government monitoring telegraphic messages and entering and leaving the United States. At its height, the program was monitoring 150,000 messages a month. Interestingly, the program was begun either before or after the CIA or the NSA. Shamrock was exposed in 1975 and terminated by NSA Director Lou Allen later that year. Government spying on American citizens began during the World War, including burglarizing the offices of the National Civil Liberties Bureau, and continued intermittently during the 1920s. It then resumed in earnest in 1936 when it was authorized by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. For major exposés of spying on Americans by U.S. intelligence agencies, see the New York Times coverage of CIA spying on Americans On December 22nd of 1974, the Times expose of NSA spying under President George W. Bush on December 16, 2005, and in the first in a long series of exposes of NSA spying under President Barack Obama on June 5th, 2013. And then there are some footnotes here. Read a CIA account of Project Shamrock, cia.gov/, and then learn more about Project Shamrock from the Senate Church Committee, aarclibrary.org/. And then you can read books by Tim Weiner, The Legacy of Ashes. And you can also read a book by Hugh Wilford, The Marty Wurlitzer, How the CIA Played America. The Legacy of Ashes book was published in 2007. The Mighty Wurlitzer book was published in 2008. And ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, this intercepting of telegrams that the CIA and the National Security Agency were doing, it was just snooping. They didn't have any real reason to do what they were doing. It was just snooping through people's telegrams. It would be like today, basically intercepting text messages. Let's say every text message you send was read by somebody in the NSA or the CIA or the U.S. Army. Okay, it would be something like that. It was just espionage on American citizens. The CIA and the NSA were intercepting 150 telegrams a month. You know, just snooping, just spying. So we're going to look at, and that, that was aarclibrary.org. That's another, aarclibrary.org is another, it's another website that talks about, Project Shamrock. We're going to look at something from aarclibrary.org. It's a document, a declassified document that is basically from the research center of the AARC library. And it reads, the next section describes a recently terminated NSA collection program which also involved the United States citizens, Operation Shamrock. This program did not require any special technology. International telegrams were simply turned over to NSA at the offices of 3 cable companies. A special NSA collection program, Shamrock, which is the code name for a special program in which NSA received copies of most international telegrams leaving the United States between August 1945 and May 1975. So the NSA and the CIA collected intercepted telegrams from U.S. citizens for 30 years, from 1945 to 1975. 2 of the participating international telegraph companies, RCA Global and ITT World Communications, provided virtually all their international message traffic to the NSA. The third, which is Western Union International, only provided copies of certain foreign traffic from 1945 to 1972. Shamrock was probably the largest governmental interception program affecting Americans ever undertaken. Although the total number of telegrams read during its course is still not available, NSA estimates that the last 2 or 3 years of Shamrock's existence, about 150,000 telegrams per month were reviewed by NSA analysts. Initially, NSA received copies of these international telegrams in the form of microfilms or paper tapes. They were sorted manually to obtain foreign messages. When RCA Global and ITT World Communications switched to magnetic tapes in the 1960s, NSA made copies of these tapes and subjected them to an electronic sorting process. This means that the international telegrams of American citizens on the watch list could be selected out and disseminated. The legal restrictions are the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Obtaining the international telegrams of American citizens by the National Security Administration and at the offices of the telegraph companies appears to violate the privacy of these citizens as protected by the Fourth Amendment. That amendment guarantees to the people right to be secure in their papers against unreasonable searches and seizures. It also provides that no warrant shall arise but upon probable cause. In no case did the NSA obtain a search warrant prior to obtaining a telegram. Section 605 of the Communications Act of 1934. In 1934, 11 years before Shamrock began, Section 605 of the Communications Act provided no person receiving, assisting in receiving, transmitting, or assisting in transmitting any interstate or foreign communication by wire or radio shall diverge or public the existing content, substance, purport, effect, or meaning thereof. So basically, the way that the NSA and the CIA were intercepting people's telegrams, they were basically constitutional violations, ladies and gentlemen. So that was Project Shamrock, basically the interception of people's telegrams. So we're going to look at some AI-generated materials on the NSA watch lists. All right, now we're not talking FBI watch list, we're talking NSA watch list. We've already discussed FBI watch lists. Now we're going to talk about NSA watch lists. So here's how the NSA watch list came about. And mind you, these are AI generated information packets right here. The AI system aggregates data from a number of different websites and condenses the material down into summaries. It appears with respect to this watch list, the website that this AI module consulted was the Levin Center for Oversight and Democracy and the National Security Agency, George Washington University, and here's what the documents read. The Church Committee hearings in 1975 exposed that the NSA maintains secret watch lists targeting U.S. citizens, including anti-war protesters and civil rights leaders, often through illegal interception and data sharing programs. The watch list programs were Project Minaret, which the NSA tracked the international communications of individuals placed on watch lists. And at its height, the list monitored the names of 600 American citizens. Project Shamrock was when major telecommunications companies supplied the NSA with dropped copies of all telegrams entering or leaving the United States from 1945 to the early 1970s. This massive intake of private cable traffic fed directly into the watch list. And there were committee revelations, including inadvertent targets. The NSA intercepted communications of prominent citizens without warrants, including journalists, members of Congress, and even members of the Church Committee itself, such as Senator Frank Church and Walter Mondale. The watch list program was terminated in 1973 due to growing concerns over its legality, but the full scale of the surveillance remained hidden until the Senate hearings. So the final report showed that the committee's final report in 1976 highlighted the potential for severe abuse in the NSA's advanced electronic surveillance capabilities and recommended strict legislative safeguards. The explosive findings directly led to the creation of Permanent Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the passage of Foreign Surveillance Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, which required intelligence agencies to obtain warrants before targeting the American citizens. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing there is we're seeing the direct influence that these committee hearings had on the operations of the intelligence committees in the United States. And really, when it comes right down to it, ladies and gentlemen, one second, please. All right, so this next part of the lecture, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to look at and examine some miscellaneous documents on the hearings. This next this next document is a CIA document, declassified, and it is dated December 29th, 1984. CIA won't be allowed to study Frank Church papers. The author is Steve Green from Boise, Idaho. Boise State University has shunned a Reagan administration suggestion that federal officials look for sensitive information in the papers of the late Idaho Senator Frank Church. Church, whose Senate Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committees uncovered CIA plots to assassinate Fidel Castro and overthrow the government of Chile, donated his private papers to the Boise State before he died of cancer in April. University librarian Tim Brown denied a Newsweek report that the school had flatly denied a CIA request to study Church's documents to ensure national security secrets wouldn't be made public. No request came, so no request refused. No one has shown any sensitive information is there. The Newsweek story makes news where there is none. It is substantially inaccurate, he said. It was never clear that the CIA had much involvement. The Newsweek story in the magazine's December 31st article said that the university balked at the request and said that the CIA and the Reagan administration are looking for other ways to gain access to the files. Brown said that Stephen Garfinkel, Director of Information Security Oversight, an arm of the General Services Administration, suggested this fall that federal agents review the documents to ensure national security information is not made public. Brown said he did not know if Garfinkel was acting in behalf of the CIA and no formal request was made for access to the documents. The librarian said that he told Garfinkel there was probably no sensitive information. In the church documents, which have yet to be categorized. So, ladies and gentlemen, without belaboring the contents of this document, I would like to summarize for you what happened. So, years after the death of Senator Frank Church, the CIA went to Boise State University. It's a state college in Idaho. And the reason the CIA went to Boise State, Idaho, was to try and locate documents about the church committee that Senator Church wanted to donate to Boise State University for research purposes. So the CIA looked over at that and said, we don't too much appreciate Senator Church giving a college a transcript of the church committee hearings. We don't like that. We don't want people to be able to actively research what happened between the church committee and the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, and the U.S. Armed Forces. Okay? We want to examine those papers and make sure that there's no sensitive information being handed over to Boise State. The CIA did do that, but they did it through a third party. The librarian at Boise State said that never happened. And the reason he's saying it never happened was because the CIA, when it requests documents, it doesn't come in its own name. It comes in the name of somebody else. So, there was a Newsweek story about it, and basically saying that the CIA and the Reagan administration are trying to gain access to these private papers that Senator Church made a donation to Boise State, Idaho. Now, apparently these private papers that Senator Church gave to Boise State, its library, contained assassination plots by the CIA against Fidel Castro and also to overthrow the government of Chile. Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. federal government has never been a fan of Fidel Castro, ever. But these repeated assassination attempts against his life by the CIA and the FBI and the U.S. Army, the U.S. federal government saw those as sort of an informational anchor, okay? And quite frankly, they didn't want Boise State University to have access to sensitive documents concerning CIA plots and government spying. Okay, the CIA probably wanted access to those documents so that they could redact them and sanitize them so as not to make the U.S. federal government look bad. But that was the point. Senator Frank Church wanted the CIA and the federal government to look bad because they systematically trampled upon the rights of U.S. citizens. All right, so we're going to move on to the next document, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an employee bulletin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this bulletin is dated March 12th, 1975. And I'm not going to read this bulletin word for word. What I am going to do, though, is give you a summary of what it is. It's basically the director of the CIA, William Colby. He sent out a memo to all employees that were going to have to testify to the Senate Select Committee to review U.S. intelligence agencies. He basically sent out a memo to all of the relevant employees of the CIA telling them to be cooperative with the U.S. Senate and to basically answer all their questions and to do what they ask. Okay, that's all the employee bulletin is. He's telling the employees of the CIA, anything the U.S. Senate asks you to do, do it in the interest of this investigation. And anything that the U.S. Senate asks you, answer them and answer them with honesty. Okay, and this is not William Colby being a super swell guy. This is the director of a CIA who has been caught trampling on the rights of citizens. And he doesn't want any more trouble. So he's telling his employees, anything the Senate asks you to do, do it. Any question they have for you, answer it. So we're going to look at I'm going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to come back with the final 4 articles. They are all newspaper articles on the church committee hearings. Thank you for tuning in. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. I took a 24-hour break so I could get some R&R and some recuperation. It's been a very busy last couple of weeks, and I needed to rest, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening. The time is 12:06 p.m. and we are now in the 26th of June, Friday, 2026. And we are going to finish the lecture. Thank you for listening. So this next article is from the New York Daily News, 15th of January, 1976. The author is Joseph Voles. The title of the article is "Church Would Suspend CIA's Covert Operations." So Senator Frank, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, this is the article, said today that all covert operations of the Central Intelligence Agency ought to be stopped until Congress could draw up legislation to protect the nation's secrets. But Church, in a breakfast meeting with reporters, made it clear that he thought little of the covert operations. In the last 25 years, this country has been far more injured by covert operations than it has been helped, he said. So, basically, in this first paragraph, Senator Frank is basically saying he thinks that all covert or secret operations of the CIA need to stop until Congress could pass legislation to essentially make the process more beneficial to the American people as a whole. Okay, based on what Senator Frank has seen in committee hearings, based on what he's seen in declassified documents, based on what he's seen in investigation reports that the Senate has conducted concerning the activities of the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the U.S. Armed Services. Their covert operations, their secret operations. He's saying that these operations, okay, MK Ultra, COINTELPRO, Operation Chaos, okay, Operation Shamrock, so many operations that were declassified, that had been run in secret by these federal agencies. Senator Frank here is saying that these types of activities have been more harmful to the American people than beneficial. And what he's saying is that these activities need to stop, and Congress needs to get down and sit at the drawing board and find out how to draft and implement legislation that makes basically all of these government agencies more responsible in their daily workings. Church called Secretary of State Kissinger, who strongly supports current covert operations in Angola and is said to have pushed for CIA funding of anti-communist political parties in Italy, a compulsive interventionist. So, I mean, it's a situation where there were a number of CIA operations, some of which we discussed in the previous time slot for this lecture, where the CIA in particular got with the U.S. Army, the CIA's, I guess it was their Technical Services Division, and the U.S. Army's Chemical Operations Division. They got together and they got with some biologists that were employed by the CIA and the U.S. Army, and they got together and devised covert assassination weapons that they wanted to use on Fidel Castro. They wanted to use these weapons on the president of the Dominican Republic as well. So the president of Cuba, the president of the Dominican Republic, there were some Congolese politicians, and there were some politicians in Angola that the CIA wanted to assassinate. And the reason the CIA wanted to assassinate these foreign politicians was because these foreign politicians resisted the CIA's influence in their country. So, for example, Fidel Castro, in the 1960s, Fidel Castro got with Che Guevara, and the two of them started a revolutionary movement to remove Batista from power. I think his name was Fulgencio Batista. Now, why did Fidel Castro want to remove Batista from power in Cuba? It's because Batista was backed by the American CIA, and he was basically a CIA puppet. And he ran Cuba the way the CIA told him to run Cuba. And the CIA financed him, they protected him, they financed his bodyguards, they financed his military, and they financed his political ambitions. And because of that, when Batista became the president of Cuba, he had to answer to the CIA because they put him there. Guevara and Castro looked at that and said, we don't want the CIA intervening in Cuban politics. We're going to take them down. Now, Fidel Castro succeeded, but it was after Che Guevara's capture and execution. Okay, and eventually Fidel Castro rose to power as the president. The CIA never forgot what Fidel Castro did to Batista. Okay, the CIA always resented Fidel Castro for what he did to Batista. So at some point during the 1970s, the CIA said, we're going to get rid of Castro ourselves. So basically they hired a guy by the name of Sidney Gottlieb, who was a biochemist, and they said, we want you to design a poison dart that we can use on Castro that's going to kill Castro in such a way so that there's no trace of evidence that we were behind it. And Sidney Gottlieb, Dr. Gottlieb, said, that sounds like a good idea. I'll get right on it. And Sidney Gottlieb developed a poison dart to be used on Fidel Castro, but he not only a poison dart, but a gun. It looked like a handgun, and it had a scope on the top of it, a magnifying scope on the top of it. And this gun was built specifically to shoot poison darts at people. And Senator Frank looked at assassination plots like that and said, you know, this isn't the kind of activity that we want the CIA participating in. Okay, why does our CIA, our Central Intelligence Agency, need to put together assassination plots against foreign leaders? Okay, what kind of diplomacy is that? Okay, Senator Frank Church was a very pragmatic man. Okay, and he was a straightforward thinker. And he just looked at it from a very common sense perspective. Why does our CIA, FBI, NSA, and U.S. Armed Forces do stuff like that? To politicians overseas. Okay, he's saying all that needs to stop, and it needs to stop right now. All right, so we're going to look at report due next month. The Intelligence Committee will make its final report and recommendations on the CIA next month. And Church suggested today that Congress play a more important role in monitoring CIA covert programs. The senator who in the past had condemned the CIA as a runaway agency and as a rogue elephant, sometimes operating on its own, said much of the responsibility for the most controversial CIA programs was Kissinger. Kissinger, not the CIA, had pushed for the shipment of arms to Angolan forces, the operation to subvert the government of Chile's president, Salvador Allende, a Marxist, and the political funding in Italy. So some of this is falling on Henry Kissinger's shoulders. Henry Kissinger was the Secretary of State in these times, and he's basically the chief foreign diplomat of the United States. And this guy, he wanted to assassinate a lot of people, a lot of overseas politicians, and Church is pointing that out. It says Church is expected to announce his presidential candidacy when the committee finishes its work. Said that the one way to discourage the White House from going ahead with a CIA operation over Senate objections would be for a majority of the Senate to vote to make such an operation public. He proposed a 9-member committee to monitor intelligence activities. Each member and staffer would serve no longer than 6 years, to keep the panel from becoming a captive of the agency. Church also made these proposals to revamp intelligence operations, that the CIA be barred by law from assassinating anyone or overthrowing elected governments, that the Internal Revenue Service, which gave 29,000 income tax files to other government agencies last year, prohibited from such a practice, that the Federal Bureau of Investigation's basic powers, which have been defined by each president, be clearly detailed in law. And that's the end of that article, but there's another article right beneath it that is unrelated that I want to read, because it basically its narrative is parallel to the narrative that we just read. It's called Another Expose. It says a radical French publication has listed the names of 33 Americans assigned to the Paris embassy, who it says are Central Intelligence Agency workers. The information seems to have been compiled with the Age of Counter Spy, an American magazine that specializes in making trouble for the CIA. Using the same source, a Greek leftist sheet identified the CIA's Athens station chief, Richard Welch, who was assassinated a short time later. It is interesting to note that an advisor and value contributor to Counter Spy is Philip Agee, a one-time CIA operative who wrote a tell-all book about the agency, with, he admits, encouragement from Cuban officials. Agee and Counter Spy claim that they want to protect the U.S. from the CIA. Their real goal is they want to destroy the agency, and to do it, they are willing to pronounce possible death sentences on CIA men by exposing them. This comes close to setting an all-time low in the perversion of the precious rights that America enjoys. So that's a really interesting article, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with information from the talking points in the Frank Church article. So Frank Church is taking a very stiff approach to this problem that he's been seeing. So basically he's saying he thinks that there should be a 9-member committee that is designed specifically to monitor intelligence activities. Each member and staffer would serve no longer than 6 years so as to keep the integrity and the objectivity of the 9-member committee. This actually came to fruition. This recommendation that Frank Church made, this actually happened. After the hearings were over, Congress approved a law instituting a Senate Select Committee on Intelligence Activities. So now we have in Congress a committee that monitors the integrity of intelligence agencies. So the CIA, the FBI, the National Security Agency, the intelligence arm of the U.S. Army and the U.S. Armed Forces, all of these agencies are now subject to the oversight of the United States Senate, okay, because of Frank Church's recommendation. Okay, so these hearings were consequential. They were not just for the camera. They actually got tens of thousands of documents of relevance to abuses of intelligence agencies over the American people. They secured 800 witnesses, and this was a multi-year investigation, and the outcome was consequential. Now the next article is really interesting. So there's basically there were a number of French, Greek, and Cuban journalists that became disgusted with the CIA because of all of its international meddling. And these publications, these French, Greek, and Cuban publications were all left-wing publications. And they all hated the CIA equally. Now, what these publications were doing was they were publicly identifying and publicly making known the identities of CIA agents that were stationed in France and Greece. And the reason that these newspapers were making these CIA operatives' identities known is because they wanted to expose who these CIA operatives were in France and Greece, so that someone could identify them and assassinate them. And that actually happened. There was a magazine called Counter Spy, which was a left-wing anti-American magazine that actually exposed the identity of Richard Welch, who was a CIA operative stationed in Athens, Greece. And he was assassinated in Greece by leftists. And this, the author of Counter Spy magazine admitted that the Cuban government encouraged him to make that man's name public. So the Cuban government wanted Counter Spy magazine to publish the actual name of this CIA operative that was stationed in Athens, Greece. And Counter Spy magazine complied with the Cuban government. And then the Cuban government sent assassins to Athens, Greece to assassinate Richard Welch. This was part of the ongoing animosity that Cuba had with the United States at the time, particularly the United States' CIA, which Cuba saw as a meddlesome and imperialist organization. All right, so we're going to move on to the next. All right, this next document is from Radio TV Reports. It is a transcript from ABC World News Tonight. Its station was the WJLA TV ABC network in Washington, D.C. The date on this document is October 13th, 1980, 7 o'clock p.m. The subject is Senator Frank Church. The host is Frank Reynolds. And he begins, one of the most influential figures in Washington today is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Right now, that position is held by Frank Church of Idaho, who happens to be a special target in a well-organized, well-financed, and extraordinary campaign to beat him. Catherine Macklin has this report on the tactics and techniques of those opposed to Church. Catherine Macklin begins a television ad, an empty missile silo, and a voice says, "You see, Senator Church has almost always opposed a strong national defense." Macklin continues, "The implication is clear. But the fact is that the missiles were retired by the Air Force and Church's opponents had to withdraw this ad. But the ad and its theme, 'If Frank Church wins, you lose,' are the tone of the Idaho Senate campaign." So basically, the Idaho Senate campaign, in which Senator Church is trying to win re-election for the Idaho Senate. His opponent is saying that he's weak on national defense and national security issues, which is false. I mean, Senator Church is not anti-national security. That's sort of an attack ad that his opponent is running at the present time. So it continues. The implication is clear. So Frank Church is a liberal under fierce attack by right-wing conservatives, and he's struggling for re-election and running on three fronts. Against Libertarian Larry Fulmer, against Representative Steve Sims, his chief opponent, and who served 8 years in Congress as one of the most conservative members. Hold on one second, ladies and gentlemen. I got a bunch of cars trying to run me over. Give me a second. That's something that you'll learn, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to more of my work and more of my research, and as you get to observe the testimonies of other targeted individuals. They're going to tell you that they encounter a lot more dangerous drivers and a lot more aggressive drivers than the average person. Because, see, part of a targeted campaign, and indulge me for a second, and then we'll get back to the lecture. Part of a targeted campaign is constantly keeping the targeted individual off balance and in a state of hypervigilance. Okay, the gang stalkers win when the targeted person is constantly looking around, constantly looking over his shoulder, constantly looking up, constantly looking down, constantly looking under every rock, looking for a threat to his safety. That's how you know the gang stalkers have gotten into that person's head. Okay, one way that they do that, all right, keep a targeted person constantly on the defensive, is with aggressive driving. Gang stalkers have this signaling mechanism they use where they follow a targeted person around in vehicles, and not just through parking lots, but I mean, if you're at a crosswalk, let's say you're entering a walking area or a sidewalk, and you have to cross through a crosswalk to get to the other side, it almost immediately, ladies and gentlemen, and not just in Florida, I know the state of Florida has drivers that the reputation of Floridian drivers is the country's worst. There are more car accidents, more vehicular deaths, and more traffic incidents that happen in the state of Florida than any other state. Okay, Florida drivers have a reputation for being the world's worst drivers. But this is not an excuse, because a targeted person can see this kind of driving anywhere. Okay, it's not just in Florida, it's anywhere. Okay, the target is constantly, and again, not just in parking lots where basically drivers signal each other to where the target is and his location and his direction of travel. So just a ton of cars can start flying at him every which way, keeping him off balance, darting in front of him, making him feel attacked by a swarm of vehicles. Okay, that is derived, that's orchestrated. Okay, that's called synchronized vehicular obstruction of movement. It is a favorite tactic of the stalkers because it puts them in a position to where they can sit down and hide behind 2,000 pounds of metal and throw a pedestrian who's walking off balance. There's sort of a cowardly thrill in that. I'm in a car, I'm in a truck, I'm in a 2,000 pound machine, I'm in a 5,000 pound steel machine, and you're just walking down the street, or you're just walking down the sidewalk, or you're just walking through a crosswalk, or you're just walking through a parking lot, and I, in the safety of my vehicle, am going to swerve past you, I'm going to cut you off, I'm going to back into you, I'm going to try to sideswipe you, I'm going to throw you off balance, I'm going to make your movements as difficult as possible because I, as a gang stalker, am a useful idiot, and another useful idiot told me to do it. Okay, that's the only justification. And yes, gang stalkers do follow targeted individuals around in their vehicles to keep them off balance and to keep them on the defensive. It's a psychological attack and it's a physiological attack because there's really no telling how many targeted individuals in this country, assuming I'm not the only one, have actually been run over by cars that are driven by these homicidal lunatics. Okay, so I'm experiencing that a little bit right now, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going to continue with the lecture. I'm going to move back into my space, which is a little shaded because it's fairly hot outside, and I needed to move to a different spot so as to get some shade. And as I was maneuvering through the parking lot, cars started darting out in front of me every which way almost immediately. Just saw it again. And these pieces of garbage will not stop either. If one of them runs into you, they will not stop. I can promise you that. Florida is the hit and run capital of the country. Okay, the stalkers down here, if they run you over with their vehicle, they will not stop. Why? Because I'm starting to suspect that a lot of these stalkers, not only do they not have insurance or valid license, but a lot of these stalkers probably have dope in the car. A lot of them are driving stolen cars. And quite frankly, they don't want to sit around and wait for a police officer to show up to the scene of a vehicle pedestrian accident and risk going to jail. So if they run into you, they're just going to speed off. But it doesn't have to be drivers who are driving dirty, as they say, to do a hit and run and drive off. There are drivers who have licenses and insurance, no drugs in the car, nothing illegal going on. Okay? They'll run into you and keep going as well. Hit and runs are common here, but a lot of the people who do those hit and runs are stalkers. They're signaled as to when to turn, when to accelerate, and oftentimes when they take those signals, they run somebody over and keep going. They will not stop. I can promise you that. That means they're using their vehicles as weapons, and if they kill somebody, don't get them with vehicular manslaughter. That's too good of a charge. Get them with first-degree murder. Why? Because they took a signal as to when to accelerate and when to turn. They know that they're attacking somebody with their car, and they do it anyhow. Okay, that's just, well, not first-degree murder, but just aggravated murder. Just hit them with aggravated murder. Start hitting these. Okay, and that's a good idea too. If you're a vehicular motorist and you kill somebody with your vehicle and you don't stop and take responsibility for the accident, you should get charged with aggravated murder. Not vehicular manslaughter. You could be out in 10 years, maybe less. I think people who use their car as a murder weapon should be charged with aggravated murder. Charge them the same way you would a person who assaulted somebody to death or shot them to death. Charge these vehicular motorists with the same crimes that you start charging violent assaulters with, or violent attackers. Start hitting them with assault. Start hitting them with felony assault. Start hitting them with aggravated murder. Start hitting them with the same charges that you charge violent attackers with. And I bet you that people in the state of Florida, after a period of about 5 years, I bet you they will start driving safer. As soon as they start seeing these wild and crazy lunatic drivers, as soon as they start seeing on their nightly news where hitting somebody with your car is now being treated as felony assault, or a hit and run can be treated as an aggravated murder, as soon as they start seeing that attempting to run somebody over with a vehicle can be looked at as attempted murder, as soon as they start seeing that, I bet you those cowards stop attacking people with their vehicles. I bet you as soon as they start seeing those charges piling up, they'll stop attacking people. I bet you. I bet you they'll stop attacking people with their vehicles. And I bet you all these instances of synchronized obstruction of movement with vehicles and sort of the whole vehicular element of gang stalking, I bet you it'll stop. See, because motorists sort of have this complex where they think that because they're in a vehicle or that because they're behind the wheel of a car, that if they commit crimes with that car, that the penalties are not going to be as stiff. Because, I mean, if you really look at it, if you look at the statistics, people who were involved in vehicular crimes, or what you might describe as vehicular crimes of violence, a lot of times their penalties and their sentences are more relaxed than the penalties and sentences of people who commit similar crimes outside of a car, outside of the confines of a car. It's almost like a car gives a person sort of a safety shield legally. Okay? Remove that safety shield, and I bet you these people will stop driving their cars like maniacs. I bet you. Okay? Aggravated murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, felony assault, okay? Start charging these vehicular motorists with the same charges, with the same penalties, and the same designations as you do people who commit similar crimes outside of a car. Remove the safety shield and remove the penalty cushion that these nutcase drivers have assisting them and making their sentences and punishments less than what they should be. I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 to 10 years, these motorists will start driving sensibly again. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to get back to the lecture. All right, I told you that from time to time I go on these tangents when I'm in the middle of a lecture and I get a group of stalkers that somehow think they're invited. I mean, I don't have a sign on my chest that says "Stalkers Welcome." Okay, I don't have any sort of a digital display next to me that says I'm in the middle of a lecture. Stalkers feel free to approach. Okay, they do that on their own because they're audacious, they're inconsiderate, they're useful idiots, and they're just plain annoying, ladies and gentlemen. But I've said that in countless lectures, and I'm going to continue to say it. Why? Because it needs to be heard. It's true, and it needs to be heard. So we're going to get back to this lecture, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to paraphrase this document. What they're talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is they're talking about Frank Church. He's running for re-election for the U.S. Senate. He's running against a very conservative opponent who's saying that he's weak on national security. There are other conservative networks that are attacking Senator Church to try to weaken his chances of getting reelected. There's a conservative group called the National Conservative Political Action Committee, based in Virginia. Its director, Terry Dolan, is saying that he thinks that Senator Frank Church is bad for the country. He's saying that he thinks that Senator Church puts the country in jeopardy. Okay, they're trying to paint him as weak on national security, basically. And the reason they're trying to paint him as weak on national security is because that's really all they can do. Ladies and gentlemen, that's really all they can do. I mean, Senator Frank Church, up to this particular time in his career, has had an immaculate record. Okay, and he was very popular in Idaho at the time. And what the Republicans are saying here is, well, you know, America doesn't need a guy who's willing to cast a dark shadow over the activities of the CIA, the FBI, the U.S. Armed Services, the NSA. Okay, the Republican machine in the United States is basically saying, For a guy to do that to our security and intelligence apparatus, to embarrass them like that on the public stage because of their covert activities, for a guy to do that, he must be weak on national security. So that's kind of the general consensus on the right. So, I don't think that this particular document needs a line for line recital. Ultimately, it just goes to show that even a senator like Frank Church, who some people saw as a hero for bringing to light these domestic abuses and these constitutional abuses that the American intelligence agency were doing to the American people. There were some people who thought Frank Church was a hero for what he did. And it just goes to show that even a hero like Frank Church, Senator Frank Church, the Democrat from Idaho, even a hero like him, had critics and detractors and defectors and the whole nine. But Senator Church was very popular in Idaho. He won re-election, and he went on to have a good political career. So we're going to move over to the Washington Post article. This is May 22nd of 1975. Colby, who was the director of the FBI during these hearings, said to concede CIA involvement in death plots. The author of this article is George Lardner Jr. And it begins, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Operations Committee indicated yesterday that CIA Director William E. Colby is acknowledging CIA involvement in assassination plots directed against foreign leaders. Senator Frank Church, the Democrat from Idaho, said that the controversial subject was politically the central issue during secret questioning of the CIA director at a closed session of the committee that lasted more than 3 hours. Allegations of CIA involvement in assassination attempts and schemes under investigation are believed to center primarily on Cuban Premier Fidel Castro and the late Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic. Speaking guardedly and at times with apparent unease, Church indicated that there was still no reason to think that the CIA carried out any assassinations, but he said that Colby's testimony amounted to more than merely a general denial of allegations concerning assassination attempts and conspiracies. Church told reporters that the session also produced a number of surprises for the committee. He said that Colby's disclosures included new information we did not have before, but Church said he was not really at liberty to disclose them now. The CIA director conceded that some of the covert operations brought up yesterday were outside the law. Church said, again refusing to elaborate, he said that he did not intend to make any detailed public statements on the assassination issue, simply on the testimony of a single witness. So basically, here's what's happening. So the CIA is obviously involved itself in overseas assassinations, particularly against political leaders whose agendas conflicted with the agendas of the CIA in those particular regions. Senator Frank Church is saying that what he would like to do is wait for more witnesses to come forward before he gets into that matter any deeper. So according to Senator George McGovern, the Democrat from South Dakota, who recently visited Cuba, Castro himself has offered to supply documentation of CIA-sponsored attempts on his life. But Church said, I think we can get all the information we need on this subject without having to rely on Mr. Castro. Church has previously said that the CIA's denials of ever carrying out assassinations were correct but not complete. With this committee, Director Colby must be complete, Church said yesterday. I think he is undertaking to giving us the complete story. Colby has had no comment beyond a hurried no as he left the committee room. He was asked whether he had finished his testimony. He will return on Friday for further questioning on various issues, including the controversial Phoenix program that Colby once directed in South Vietnam. The Senate committee, Church said, is also trying to reach out and find out whether or not any South Vietnamese refugees now in the United States participated in the Phoenix effort to uproot the communist infrastructure in Vietnamese villages. The closed Senate meeting came on the heels of an announcement of plans by the House Intelligence Committee for a preliminary round of public hearings on the CIA and government intelligence agencies next month. So we're going to, and please excuse the spittle, ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling a bit nasal, but I need to do these lectures. I need to get them online. I need to keep things moving. I need to keep the trajectory and the flow of information about these topics flowing at a steady pace. So, sorry to gross you out, ladies and gentlemen, but quite frankly, there's just no way around it. When I really get to talking, when I really get to speaking, if I'm ever feeling nasally, sometimes I just get sort of the urge to purge my sinuses right here on the air, but it's just simply a matter of time before I get the situation together. It's just sort of a unintended consequence of talking at this pace and for this length of time about any subject. I just sometimes have to do a purge. So thank you for listening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your focus and cooperation. So this Senator George McGovern, who recently visited Cuba, has basically said that Fidel Castro is looking to work with the United States for once and let the United States know that the CIA has attempted to assassinate him. But Frank Church is saying we can find out information on CIA's attempted assassination attempts on Fidel Castro. We can find those things out on our own. We don't need Fidel Castro to give us documentation of anything. We can find out on our own if the CIA tried to assassinate him, and it did. It's just a matter that Senator Church wants more information on before he goes public with it. So William Colby, the director of the CIA, he's looking a little nervous. And there's sort of an investigation as to whether any of the South Vietnamese refugees attempted to uproot the communist influence in Vietnamese villages. So at the present time, the South Vietnamese population of the U.S. is growing. And there's an investigation underway by the CIA to see if any of these South Vietnamese people were anti-communist activists, so that they could get some sort of a idea as to what manner of Vietnamese people are migrating to the United States. So we're going to skip down. The House Committee Chairman Lucien Nedzi, the Democrat from Michigan, told reporters that he expects most of his initial hearings to be public. Director Field said some sensitive matters may come up, but the sessions will be devoted primarily to the general operations of each agency and the issues warranting the closest scrutiny. Field gave his report to the committee at a hearing on the ground rules of the investigation. They were adopted on a voice vote with Rep. Michael Harrington, the Democrat from Massachusetts, dissenting. Harrington wanted to give each of the committee members, the right to designate a personal aide to inspect the committee's records and keep the member posted on the course of the investigation. The proposal was rejected by a vote of 8-2, with Rep. Ronald Dellum joining Harrington on the losing side. Harrington then proposed that each member have the right to name one person to the committee's staff, as the Senate Committee on Intelligence Operations has done, but this was rejected by the same margin. All right, so there was a vote. Okay, there was a House Committee chair named Chairman Nedzi, who wants his initial hearings to be made public record. There was a director that wanted to give, Phil gave his report to the committee at a hearing. All right, so basically here's what's happening. So Director Nedzi of the House of a House committee, the House Committee Chairman, Director Nedzi, basically is saying he wants the House deliberations to be made public. There was a vote on it, and the vote was rejected. So basically, they're saying that there were some sensitive matters that they didn't want the public to absorb at that time, and that these are documents that would have to be declassified later. It says, as a result, only committee members and staffers appointed by the chairman to be able to inspect sensitive documents and records under proposed security regulations still to be adopted. The members of Congress will be confined to a special reading room and prohibited from taking notes. The only major change in the rules submitted was a move by the Rep. Robert Giamo, the Democrat from Connecticut, to wipe out a provision prohibiting public use of any testimony or evidence taken in executive sessions without the full committee's consent, declaring that he and many other representatives had been fighting for years over various committee gag rules. Giamo said he refused to be bound by any committee in what I disclosed to be my constituents or the American people. So basically, there was a bit of a philosophical debate as to whether or not these documents, particularly documents on CIA's involvement in assassinations, to be made public. The best they were able to do was introduce a rule stating that such documents would not be available for public use without the full consent of the committee's members. So these documents concerning the CIA's record on assassinations are being kept private at this time. But 50 years later, these documents have been declassified, and we know very well that the CIA did carry out covert assassinations in other countries and here in the United States as a matter of fulfilling its political agendas and its sociological agendas. And that's a shame. You know, it's a shame that the most well-resourced law enforcement agency in the country, which is the CIA, uses its resources to kill people. it doesn't like, or that it thinks are harmful to its political agendas. That's upsetting. And some of these matters came before the church committee, and after the church committee's ended, there was more congressional oversight over the CIA than ever before to prevent stuff like this from happening in the future. So here's the final document of this lecture. It's dated September 12th, 1974. It's the New York Times. The title of the document is Senator Church to Press CIA Issue. It was written by Seymour Hersh, special to the New York Times. So, declaring that the deception of Congress has become a habit, Senator Frank Church has said today he would turn over any misleading testimony in the hearings on policy towards Chile to the Justice Department for investigation into possible perjury. I'm not going to let this matter slide by, Mr. Church said in a phone interview today. I'm very much incensed by this. So what he's saying is he suspects, based on information that was given him, that during the church committees that false testimony was given to the committee by witnesses concerning Justice Department's policies towards Chile. Okay, apparently the CIA had a particular interest in Chile during these times, and there was a lot of covert CIA activity in Chile. Okay, there was puppet regimes, there were assassinations, there were all kinds of subversion and disruptive mechanisms going on. And you had some people, and that was part of what the church committee investigated, and you had people that stood up there and lied. You had people that stood right up there and lied. Wait a minute, this is... I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. I kind of feel like hold on. I want to be sure I said that right. All right, my apologies. All right, my apologies. I said that these statements were made during the committee hearings. These statements were made before the committee hearings. Before the committee hearings. These statements on Chile, this misleading, false, slanderous, and perjured statements that were made by witnesses concerning CIA activity in Chile, these were made before the hearings. Okay, about 6 months before the hearings. My apologies for that error. They happen from time to time when you're dealing with high volumes of data. So we're going to move on to the next paragraph. It was the Idaho Democrats' first public comment on the subject since it was reported Sunday that the CIA had been secretly authorized to spend more than $8 million between 1970 and 1973 in a covert attempt to make it impossible for President Salvador Allende to govern in Chile. Mr. Church is chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Multinational Corporations. which held highly publicized hearings last year into the International Telephone and Telegraph Company's attempts to urge U.S. intervention in the Allende regime. Mr. Allende was overthrown in a military junta and a bloody coup d'etat 1 year ago today. So apparently, the CIA was allowed to spend $8 million between 1970 and 73 to overthrow the president of Chile. And eventually the CIA used that money to raise up a guerrilla group of militant fighters to overthrow the Allende regime. And basically, Frank Churches said that the Senate has requested information on that, and they were lied to about that event. And he's basically saying that he's ticked off by that, and he's going to go ahead and look at doing some kind of an investigation over it. See, Senator Frank Church wasn't too fond of the idea of the CIA going overseas and setting up puppet regimes in foreign countries and basically playing around with foreign governments like they're video games or something. Okay, let's go into Chile, let's go into Nicaragua, let's go into Cuba, and let's use American money to finance this political party over this political party because we like this political party's objectives, and let's install this person in the presidency, and let's finance this militia group to keep that president and its party safe. Let's finance this military over that military and this police force over that police force so that this political party in this country can do well. Okay? And then if this political party that we're backing runs into opposition, then we'll pay for the weapons and the equipment that's needed to get rid of the competition. Okay? And that's the kind of attitude the CIA had in Chile. And they basically financed the overthrow, the bloody overthrow of the president of Chile, President Allende. And Senator Church is saying basically he wants the full scope of information about that event. That is a highly consequential political event. It has consequences that go beyond Chile. It has consequences that go beyond the United States, actually. It has diplomatic consequences, and it's something that needed to come before the U.S. Senate so that it could document what happened. And Senator Church feels like when he did an inquiry, he was lied to. Okay? So we're going to move down to details given by Colby. To aid in the staff review, Mr. Church said he would formally request a copy of the testimony of the agency's Chilean involvement given to a House of Representative Armed Services Intelligence Subcommittee in April by William E. Colby, that part of the page is cut off. We'll start on the next part. Government officials have confirmed that the still secret testimony includes the detailed discussion of CIA goals and strategies in allotting the $8 million cash payments. Apart from the question of whether perjury was committed in a legal sense, Church added, there's no question but what the committee was given to believe that our policy was one of non-intervention. This is clearly what the witnesses wanted us to believe, even though the truth was a very different, dark matter. All right, so the director of the FBI is lying about this. Okay, apparently the director of the FBI had some knowledge and involvement in this CIA plot to overthrow the government of Chile. And William Colby saying, we took a hands-off approach to Chile. We didn't intervene. We took a non-interventionist stance on Chile. We didn't orchestrate nothing. But Senator Church is saying that that is obviously a lie, and that he's angry that that he's being lied to by representatives from the CIA and the FBI about that. They did overthrow the government of Chile using an $8 million cash account that the CIA got access to. Now keep something in mind, $8 million in 1975 was probably closer to about $20 million in today's money if you adjust for inflation. So imagine the CIA having at its disposal $20 million today in 2026 to overthrow the government of another country. Particularly a country like Chile, which was small. It didn't have much in the way of resources. Its military wasn't terribly strong. It didn't have much national security prowess. Okay, I guess the CIA just kind of saw it as an easy target. And they went and they overthrew the Chilean government and put somebody else in there. Somebody that was more friendly to the CIA's interests. Senator Church is basically saying we don't like this kind of activity, period. And we don't like being lied to about the people who are responsible for it. The United States is not the country of overthrowing governments. So this is the last part of the article, Vietnam Syndrome. Mr. Church, a liberal who was one of the early critics of the Vietnam War, characterized the misleading testimony as part of Vietnam Syndrome. Has become a pattern of deceiving the Congress that I believe has begun cropping up during the Vietnam War. He said it has become a habit with testimony on all sensitive matters. If so, it's a habit that Congress is going to have to break. Along with the study of possible perjury, Mr. Church has said he would formally request the full Senate Foreign Committee, headed by J.W. Fulbright, now in China, to review the propriety of clandestine activities against constitutionally elected leaders. Basically, okay, so Mr. Church, all right, is talking about something called Vietnam Syndrome. Basically, what Vietnam Syndrome is, it is a pattern of behavior that that has been on the rise since the start of the Vietnam War, in which people are going up to senators and Congress people and lying about stuff, particularly of political importance. Senator Church is saying that we're seeing a continuation of Vietnam Syndrome with respect to CIA and FBI deception, with respect to the kinds of activities that they're carrying out in foreign countries. And Mr. Church is basically saying we want committees held, particularly with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, because apparently we have some people in our federal establishment that have made a habit of lying to Congress. And he's saying that he wants to see the end of this habit as soon as possible. He takes these matters very seriously, and he thinks that this syndrome, this Vietnamese syndrome that he's calling it, of lying to Congress, even under oath, has got to stop. And these are basically the early stages of the foundations of the church committee itself. Okay, these events that I'm reading about right now happened beforehand, but It's stuff like the Vietnam Syndrome and some of the dishonesty that Frank Church is hearing about with respect to CIA assassinations and CIA regime change operations, and basically being lied to over and over again by executives and intelligence agencies about what they're up to in other countries. He's saying that he's displeased with it, and I think that displeasure is what led to the church committee hearings. I think at some point Senator Frank Church, as he was investigating these overseas actions by the CIA and the FBI, he came to the realization that the only way he was going to get the truth is if he called a committee and subpoenaed people to testify. And that's exactly what he did. He called the committee. He did the right thing in calling the committee. The committee was a consequential committee. It led to new restrictions being placed on the intelligence community in the United States. The truth came out about all these assassinations the CIA was doing. The truth came out about espionage activities that were being carried out by the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, and the U.S. Armed Services. So Senator Frank was right to be incensed and to be disillusioned by these committee reports, these investigations that were being had, in which the CIA and the FBI were lying to Congress through their very teeth about the kinds of things that were happening overseas. I mean, think of it, $8 million in cash used to overthrow the Chilean government. Not friendly either. $8 million in cash being used to overthrow the Chilean government in a bloodbath. Okay, it's similar to what the CIA did in Nicaragua when it put together a team of rebels called the Contras and used taxpayer money to finance those rebels in an attempt to overthrow the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. The CIA was behind that. The CIA financed that. The CIA facilitated the sale of cocaine to American buyers for the cash necessary to prosecute the Contra rebel war against the Sandinista government. That was a bloodbath. The CIA financed a lot of bloodbaths in the 1970s and in the 1960s in Spanish-speaking countries. The citizens didn't know it. A lot of politicians didn't know it either. There was a very specific, very pointed, very inside group of people that knew of these covert American intelligence operations that involved the assassination of foreign leaders. And we're not just talking about in Nicaragua, Chile, Cuba, the Congo in Africa, Iraq, Iran. All of these countries at some time in their history experienced CIA interference in their political domains. The CIA wanted to go constantly and consistently to third world countries to disrupt the trajectory of those countries and use American dollars to install puppet regimes and puppet presidents in other countries. It wasn't hard to do. It was not hard to do. And you didn't need the will of the people either. The CIA could put any president it wanted to in any seat in any country anywhere in the third world at the time. All they had to do was show up, build a small army, shoot away the competition, and use its cash reserves to finance the campaigns of these elected officials or these aspiring politicians that the CIA wanted to install. I mean, and ladies and gentlemen, what you'll see too is you'll see a sort of a pattern of CIA, FBI, NSA, and U.S. Armed Services misbehavior. You're going to see that, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the CIA was not just participating in these horrible crimes against humanity in other countries. They were doing it here in the United States as well. Okay, don't forget MK Ultra. Don't forget COINTELPRO. Don't forget Operation Chaos. Don't forget any of the operations like Shamrock and others that the CIA, the FBI, and sort of the general trajectory of intelligence networks here in the U.S., the National Security Agency, the U.S. Armed Forces, they wanted world domination is what they wanted. They wouldn't be happy until every third world country in the world had a puppet regime installed by them, and they wouldn't be happy until every American citizen had been experimented on for data collection purposes and human experimentation. So, I mean, it wasn't just overseas. These same intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the National Security Agency, the U.S. Armed Services, okay, they wreaked havoc here in the United States too. All right, it wasn't just overseas. I mean, and let's not forget the germ experiments that these networks used on the American people. I mean, these very agencies, who essentially they exist off of the taxpayer dollar. These same agencies used taxpayer money to gather germs, pathogens, and biological hazards so they could harvest them, put them in devices, and dump them in the air so as many people in the United States who were in the vicinity would get sick. These intelligence agencies not only meddled in other countries, these intelligence agencies not only intruded on the rights and liberties of American citizens, these meddling agencies actually used biological hazards in an organized capacity to get Americans sick. Ladies and gentlemen, as experiments for biological weapons that it wanted to use against the Soviets later on. Now, I'm going to let you know something right now, ladies and gentlemen. A government, and again, I've oftentimes talked about defecting. I may have to at some point in the future if I ever get the resources. But until that day comes, ladies and gentlemen, all right, until that day comes, I can promise you, without a shadow of a doubt, that no country, particularly no country's government, that has intelligence agencies that participate in that kind of behavior for that long of a time, will ever scare me or intimidate me or deter me from doing anything that I want to do as a sovereign U.S. citizen. Okay, I can assure you that no agency whatsoever, it doesn't have to be a government agency, it could be a private agency too, that does that kind of stuff to people in a covert or clandestine fashion will ever deter me, mind, body, or soul, from accomplishing anything I want to accomplish. I can assure you that no such agency that uses those kinds of tactics, not only in the 60s and 70s, but now in 2026, they haven't stopped. It's a part of the fraternal order of being a member of the CIA, the FBI, or the U.S. Armed Services Covert Operations Divisions. Part of the fraternal order of being in those types of roles is the silence of atrocities that you commit. They get to commit atrocities. That's the luxury of being a member of the CIA, FBI, NSA, or U.S. Armed Services Covert Operations Units. You get to commit atrocities against people behind a wall that no one can see through. That's the luxury of it. Knowing you get to cause catastrophes, not only in the lives of people, but in the lives of societies around the world. You get to do that at your will. You get to do that with your job still intact. You get to do that with impunity and without consequence, as a matter of your duties, your responsibilities. Your job descriptions is to cause covert catastrophes in the lives of people and in societies. You can do that through the spread of germs. You can do that through the systemic decomposition of a person's work experience or of their general trajectory through society and through their, anything that generates value for a person. You can manipulate that using covert, clandestine government operations. And eventually, this generation's MK Ultra, which is called gang stalking, will get the attention that it deserves. It'll be observed by Congress. It'll be observed by the president. It'll be observed by the Supreme Court. And those responsible will be embarrassed and hopefully prosecuted for their crimes against humanity. Thank you for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen.